Right, Madam Chair, we are live. I just do not see our two. Oh, I see one.
Morning, all.
Hello, Director Savaro. Do we have Director Roper on the attendee list by any chance?
I
Nope,
do not see
yet.
her, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, why don't we get started? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the month of September and the September 7th meeting of the Housing Authority Board of Directors. Clerk Moss, announcements and roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Director. The Washington County Housing Authority Board of Directors is now meeting in this regular session, September 7th, 2021. Director Willie?
Here.
Director Savara?
Here.
Director Rogers?
Here.
Director Fye?
Here.
Director Treese?
Here.
Director Roper?
Here.
Director Harrington?
Here. Well, good morning, everyone. Before we get started and move to our public comment period, I would like to read a brief statement with regard to the Wood Spring Apartments. The Wood Spring Apartments, located in the city of Tigard, is not under the jurisdiction of the Housing Authority of Washington County. We do not own this property, and we don't have jurisdiction over changes made to the Wood Spring Apartments. The decision to expand from a senior-only apartment complex to include other tenants is being made by the current owners of that apartment complex. We would encourage everyone to reach out directly to the Wood Spring Apartments Property Management Company to share your concerns. Affordability for these units will be preserved for 3 years following the owner's decision to refinance, making units affordable through the end of the year 2023. Washington County is working on multiple affordable housing projects that will be open over the next few years, some of which will be designed specifically for senior residents, including the Tigard Senior Housing Project and one building included in the South Cooper Mountain Project. We hope these developments will increase housing options for low-income seniors throughout our community. I read that statement in reflection of the need for further evangelization of that information out to our community members, as we continue to have folks sending us email of concerns, as well as signing up for public comment, thinking that we have authority over that Wood Spring Apartments complex, but unfortunately we don't. All righty, then we'll move on, Clerk Moss, to our public comment period.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have some members signed up. The first one is Coy Lay. Coy, can you hear us?
Hold on, Richard. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness, here I am. Good morning. My name is Coy Lay. I moved into Wood Spring Apartments 3 years ago this coming November. I qualified as a low income and over 55 years old. Like most of my fellow residents, I fully intended to never move again. I've been homeless. I've almost always shared apartments with others. I'll be 71 in November. It is humbling to be here in subsidized housing, but I'm glad to be here. It makes me furious that this giant private equity firm from San Francisco has decided they want my home and are flushing me out. Wood Spring is a nice place. It is peaceful, and there is a supportive community around me. I have been quietly aging in place, dealing with the various vicissitudes of aging, and I've been okay. Washington County, Tigard, Metro are busily building new housing for low-income people. But even with all the new construction, the housing crisis continues. If I have to move, it will be very hard. I'm not sure where I'll go or what I'll do. I can't afford to move, and I can't afford a higher rent. The folks around me are in pretty much the same condition or worse. Some will probably have to go into a managed care facility paid for by Medicare. Not something to look forward to. Some are just expecting to die before they have to move. I ask you to push back against this in every way you can. Don't facilitate Hamilton Zants doing business in Washington County. They don't deserve it. They are not good citizens. Where you can, deny them permits. Make them wait as long as you can to do inspections or approve applications. When you meet with them, scold them. Make them unwelcome here in Washington County and make them feel that they should move on and pull their stunts elsewhere.
Thank you, Coy. Next up, Madam Chair, we have Margaret Black. Margaret, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Margot Black. I'm a tenants' rights organizer and advocate, and I've been working and organizing with the Wood Spring tenants in Tigard since early this year. From the time that the building was built in 1991 up until December 31st, 2020, the 172 units of housing at Wood Spring were affordable housing for senior citizens. That all ended on January 1st of this year when, in the middle of a global pandemic pummeling senior citizens, the elderly and medically fragile widows and widowers of Wood Spring were welcomed to the new year with a notice informing them that the affordability restrictions had ended. And after a 3-year grace period, their rents would be moving to market rate, an increase of over $500 a month more than what they're paying now. We expect that to be more after the safe harbor period ends. At present, residents have been meeting with the owners of the complex, Hamilton Zants, a private equity real estate investment firm operating out of San Francisco. And we understand that they've also been meeting with local decision makers to discuss options for allowing Wood Springs senior residents to age in place, including selling the building to the county. It is further our understanding that these talks have stalled while we wait for Hamilton Zants to decide what direction they'd like to pursue. Meanwhile, the residents of Wood Spring are receiving aggressive rent increases, services and accommodations afforded to them in the past are being slashed, and they are living in a state of panic and worry about their uncertain future. We can't wait and see any longer. The seniors of Wood Spring need your help. Honorable board members, I cannot overstate the vulnerability of this community, nor can I overstate the urgency with which Washington County must prioritize this community's welfare and housing security. We can't just all watch and wring our hands while this community is devastated by displacement and many of these seniors become homeless. We need a Wood Spring work session where preservation of the building, as well as displacement prevention and mitigation strategies, can be discussed and implemented. But at the end of the day, we need less talk and more action. We need a commitment from Washington County and the Housing Authority that they will use all the power and levers at their disposal to compel the owners to sell the property to the county so that it can be preserved as low-income housing in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I do not see the third person signed up, so that concludes this first part of public communication.
Okay. Since we have our housing staff available to us, Mr. Kalavar and Mr. Kreitz, are there any programs or next steps that you and your team have sorted out since we on the board were provided with information on the Wood Springs apartment situation back in June?
Madam Chair, yes, we have been part of 2 meetings so far. That included the City of Tiger, the mayor, city manager, the Network for Oregon Affordable Housing, Community Housing Fund, and a number of others. The owners were also present. Hamilton Zanzi, it's as the testimonies said, it's a private equity firm out of San Francisco. They are open to options. They have hired a local public affairs group that's advising them on next steps. What we are waiting for now is to more or less assign numbers to the options available, which is do nothing, save all units, or a partial affordability solution. But they do own the building. They have followed the rules, and they are willing to talk. So we are hoping to see what options are workable.
The reason that I ask, it's a bit unusual for me or us to call you out after the public comment period. But the reason that I have chosen to do so today is because we very much on the Board of Directors for the Housing Authority, as well as the Washington County Board of Commissioners, understand the impact that this is having on residents and to the larger community. But there are so few tools available to us to address this situation. And I'm very concerned that we're just going to have more and more people come and testify thinking that we have more available to us than we actually do. So I have appreciated the clarity of the email response that our organization has provided to people who send us information. But we do need to make sure that as people continue to come and testify, that whether it's you or me, that we're able to read a statement to make sure that people know what is happening. Otherwise, we just sit here looking like we have deaf ears when in fact we don't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your statement was accurate as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to the remaining items on our agenda. Next, we have the consent agenda, which consists of the approval of the minutes for our August 3rd, 2021 Housing Authority Board of Directors meeting. What are the wishes of the board? Is there a motion? Motion from Director Roper, a second from Director Willie. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, directors. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you. 7-0. All right, we have one more item on, or key item before our next public communications section. On our action item today, we have a proposal to authorize the Moving to Work, or MTW, annual contributions contract, also referred to as ACC, and an amendment. And we have a staff report. So we'll turn it over to you, Housing Authority Director Comey Calavar and Assistant Director Josh Kreitz. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Harrington. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Comey Calavar, Housing Director. We are pleased to be here at this point in our Move to Work MTW journey. We started this process when HUD called for applications about 2 years ago. We are pleased to be part of the cohort that is being selected. There are 3,400 housing authorities in the nation, approximately. Only 39 are Move to Work agencies that have flexibility to find local solutions designed in collaboration with residents, community members, elected officials to local problems. And we are among 9 agencies that applications were successful. So our next step is this annual contributions contract amendment. And that is the contract that enables us to receive monies from the Federal Housing and Urban Development. So before I get too far into this, and for the sake of time, we have a short presentation that Assistant Director Josh Kreitz will go through with us. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, good morning, Chair Harrington and Board of Directors. It's nice to be here with you today. Comey mentioned, I'm going to run through the short presentation with you. Before I get into it, I just want to also mention, we're really excited. We recently hired our Policy and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator, Melissa Sonsella, who will be taking the lead on our Moving to Work program. She comes with great experience running Home for the Housing Authority for the City of Portland's MTW program for 8 years. So we're really excited to have some key staff on board. Today, I'm really going to focus on the ACC amendment. However, I do want to sprinkle in a couple different things around timeline, again, just to level set where we started and where we're going, kind of what's next, and a little bit around just the excitement here at the authority around MTW, because I think that's really important for your board to know. Next slide, please. So the reason I put the slide at the front, even though we're going to be talking about ACC amendment, is because our staff, our frontline staff, our supervisors, our managers, they're really excited about this program. And this is a result of their hard work over the last several years of keeping us at a high quality performing housing authority, or we could have never applied for that. So I just want to convey to your board that how appreciative we are of our staff and how appreciative they are of having the opportunity to become MTW. It's kind of a status thing, right, for housing authorities. So that's really cool. And the reason they're so excited, because it really is known as America's Housing Policy Lab. Most of the most innovative programs coming for public housing, affordable housing, come out of MTW agencies, this small collaborative that we're really excited to join. Comey mentioned it. It gives us the flexibility to try new things, to try new programs, use our money more fungibly. And we'll get more into that as we go through this and over the course of the next several months as we come talk to your board. Next slide, please. Give that another, there we go, perfect. I noticed that my staff has some graphic design stuff, so I'm going to start talking to this timeline as it fills out. So as you recall, back in 2019, HUD was invited to submit a letter of interest, and Comey reminded me this was my first month here at the Housing Authority, so this has been going for a while. So we, with your board's approval in 2019, we submitted our letter of interest. 2020, HUD said, great, you and 35 other agencies who submitted letters of interest, you qualify. Go ahead and submit a full application. Your board approved us back in January of this year in 2021 to go ahead and submit the full application, which we did. And to our excitement, in May, we were selected with 9 other agencies to participate in this MTW cohort. That gets us at least to current time, where we're here today in front of your board, asking and requesting approval to authorize the executive director to enter into this annual contributions contract, which I'll explain a little bit more, with the expectation that HUD would countersign in October, if approved today. Going into next year, just to give a little bit of a teaser, we would come back to your board, our housing advisory committee, our residents, and really think about what activities do we actually want to implement and bring that back to your board and all these different groups. We would submit those in the form of an MTW supplement, which goes along with our PHA plan, our Public Housing Authority plan that your board approves every year in April, with the intent of beginning to implement some of these activities next year in the summer, in July. Next slide, please. As you'll recall, the MTW program is a demonstration program that was created by Congress in 1996. And again, Comey spoke to it brilliantly. I won't go into detail, but again, it's just really to allow housing authorities to waive regulations, design local programs, spend money more flexibly, all to the benefit of the residents and our community. Next slide, please. So more specifically, this annual contributions contract, again, Comey spoke to it. The ACC is really our contract with HUD, our contract to run their federal programs in Washington County, Oregon, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and the public housing program. Those are the two key programs that are this ACC amendment will allow us to become an MTW agency. And what this ACC amendment does is it will modify our current ACC by granting the Housing Authority the ability to waive certain HUD regulations around our Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program and public housing program. And again, get those fungibilities around funding to come into place. Next slide, please. So the ACC amendment itself is actually a pretty short document. And within that document, there's only a few key things I want to highlight for your board this morning. The length of the agreement is 20 years. It requires us to fully cooperate with HUD and its contractors, who I'll talk about a little bit more in just a minute, really shortly. We'll have to comply with the terms of the MTW selection notice. And just basically, that's the notice that we responded to with our application, saying that we would, do a rent reform, which is just with our voucher and public housing program. And what's really key here for your board is it requires us to comply with something called the Moving to Work Operations Notice, which in turn, that has a lot of the different terms of the Moving to Work agreement. So by signing this ACC, the Housing Authority will be bound by the Moving to Work Operations Notice, which I'll get a little bit more in depth in on the following slide. Next slide, please. So the ACC amendment will again bound us to this MTW operations notice. And there's a lot in there, but I think what I really want to pull out and highlight are the things that are on this slide right now. The first thing is there's about 20 to 30 pages of waivers in the ACC amendment. And those are waivers that the Housing Authority can go in, select from, bring to our public, to our residents, to our Housing Advisory Committee, to our board, say, these are things that we think will be really great for our community. Do you approve? And then would be allowed to implement them. So those waivers are in the operations notice. It also talks about funding calculations and funding flexibility. One thing that I would highlight for your board is that the amount of funding that the Housing Authority is going to get, it's not going to go up, it's not going to go down. But what will change, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in an upcoming slide here, is that it's going to be fungible, which means right now we get 4 buckets of funds. All the funds will now be 1 bucket. On the financial reporting and auditing and reporting requirements, we're still, of course, going to be responsible to our funder, which is HUD. We're going to have to submit all of our audited and unaudited financial information, just like before. But one thing that's a little bit different is the vehicles for how we report our data, our information on a monthly basis to HUD, those will change. The information will be substantially the same, but the vehicles for how we report will be a little bit different. And that's a body of work. That's absolutely a body of work. But I think the good news is we have staff and consultants who have been through it. I've been through it. So we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to make all those technical changes with our partners at HUD and our consultants to get that up and running. Program evaluation and oversight, I'll kind of cover together. I mentioned that we're going to have a consultant that HUD has brought on board. They're called MDRC. They're a research and evaluation organization. They have multiple offices, but are out of Bethesda, I believe, on the East Coast. And they're going to be evaluating parts of our Moving to Work program. So as part of the operations notice, we need to comply with that and work with HUD and their contractor. On the oversight side, we've had oversight from HUD for a long time, and they will continue to have oversight over our entire program and our MTW program. The one thing I would mention is just from my experience, they typically like to do like an MTW site visit, but probably be virtual for the time being, but they like to understand how the programs are operating, how our activities are going, how the resident engagement is going. So that's kind of what it looks like. The MTW office in DC and our local field office here in Portland will continue to have oversight all over our programs. There's another section in the operations notice that covers special purpose vouchers. Special purpose, if you're asking, that'd be like our special programs for like veterans, the Veterans Program or VASH, or our Family Unification Program, referred to as FUP, and our other program called Non-Elderly Disabled called NED. So the operations notice points at those, and that tells us, can you apply flexibilities to these special vouchers? Can you not? how would you request it, and it gives guidance on that. The last part, which I'm going to expand on a little bit more in a slide here in a minute, is this substantially the same requirement, which we're big fans of here at the Housing Authority. So the STS requirement just basically states that as you implement your programs, you're going to continue to serve substantially the same number of folks that you're serving now. And again, that's something we wouldn't argue against. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide here. Please advance, Clerk Moss. Thanks. This slide here, the graphics here, they really just convey something very simply about our funding impacts and compliance. What you see on the left is just our funding streams. Those are 4 separate funding streams that the Housing Authority receives from HUD: our public housing funds and our housing choice voucher funds. Once we sign the ACC amendment and we begin implementing the fungibility funds, that'll come as really a block grant. So it'll be one bucket. And that basically is one of the main impacts and one of the benefits that we'll look to explore in the upcoming years is the fungibility of our funds. And that just means that the Housing Authority will be able to spend HUD funds flexibly across funding streams and programs. Again, there's a lot of great benefits, but those will all come before your board before anything is implemented. And I just want to highlight again that the MTW funding is designed to be budget neutral. So there's not going to be influx of money, there's going to be a reduction of funding, but it's that flexibility and fungibility that we're really, really interested in. Next slide, please. This slide I think is really important for your board, which is really substantially the same requirement. Again, this doesn't have an impact on funding, but it will be used to determine whether us, the Housing Authority of Washington County as an MTW agency, is complying with a regulatory requirement. And just to boil it down to its high-level points, for our public housing program, we need to keep our occupancy rate in that portfolio at 96% or above. And for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the STS, substantially the same requirement, is that we're meeting 90% utilization. That means if we have 3,000 vouchers, we need to be utilizing 90% of those, unless there's some type of funding challenge. As we've demonstrated to the board on many occasions, this is a very, very high cost housing authority. And by that, I mean, we have the highest per unit cost in the state of Oregon, just because our housing prices are high here in Washington County. Next slide, please. So today we're coming in front of your board, and again, the focus is that we were requesting the authorization for our executive director to submit the ACC amendment, which will allow us to enter into that contract with HUD. But we also understand that there's next steps that we just want to put on your radar as our board. So after the ACC amendment was signed, then the Housing Authority would begin working on its first moving to work supplement, which is, again, the vehicle for how we talk about what we want to do with our flexibilities. And that would be a partner document to our PHA plan. I just kind of mentioned my second bullet point there. Again, it's just a vehicle and how we'll talk about our MTW activities. And again, the goal will be to begin implementing activities in mid-2022. I spoke about the excitement level of our staff here and the opportunity to really engage the public on how we propose new and innovative ways that we can use our funding flexibly and really serve our community. And I think the one thing I really want to highlight for your board is that we will be coming back to your board, our Housing Advisory Committee, our Resident Advisory Board, and resident meetings with proposed activities. So today, this is just getting us into our agreement with HUD, but any activities that would be implemented would come to your board for final approval. Next slide, please. That takes me to the end of the presentation, and Comey and I are happy to answer any questions or hear any comments that your board may have. Thank you.
So before we answer questions, I wanted to just mention one quick concrete example of what MTW will do for our tenants. So as it is now, our clients pay 30% of their income in rent. If their income goes up, we send them a letter that, hey, this is your new portion of your rent. With MTW, the tier rent model, they get 3 years. They're within a certain band of rent. And in those 3 years, if whatever happens to their income, their rent stays the same. So this will be a benefit to them. It's also a benefit to us because we do less paperwork and less. So that's a practical benefit. And another point I'd like to quickly make is we have seniors on our client roll. We check their income annual certification every year. Well, a lot of people on fixed income, their income doesn't change year to year. So that would be something they don't go through the hassle, and we save staff resources that we could use for other things, such as housing navigation. And last point is a lot of the changes will impact our work-able families, which is 1 in 3 of the people we serve. So about a little over 1,000 people. But the people that are not work-able will be unaffected for the most part. So that's it.
There were a lot of useful statistics you just gave there, Mr. Calavar. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Director Roper.
So those who are in the Moving to Work program, I noticed that you guys said every 3 years they would get their application reviewed. How long are those participants allowed to stay within that program? Is there like a time cap, or as long as they're living under public housing?
Thank you, Director Roper, for that question. It's a good one. So the initial rent reform, again, which will come before the board with the PHA supplement, the initial guaranteed commitment that HUD would want is that the program lasts 6 years. But there's an opportunity to keep, if the program's working well for our residents and working well for the community, there's an opportunity to keep it going longer.
Chair Harrington, if I could.
Yes, Director Savarro.
I almost want to take a step back and just maybe kind of acknowledge or mention this new role that I sense that the Housing Authority is really stepping into. And the last few years and almost I would say especially the last few months were really during the flurry of additional funds from HUD and through our local collaborations. And I just think that's really this move first, the fact that you're among this elite company across the country is just, I feel honored to be part of the work here, but also just the role that you're taking on in the community around, how we address some of these big problems, like the problem of homelessness, stepping into this new work that I know hasn't always been on the mainstay of the radar of the Housing Authority is really, I think that this moving to work application is really consistent with this new role you all are finding yourselves in as a convener, as a leader in homelessness in Washington County, as a more than just we operate the federal funds that are given to us and we sort of move paper from one side to the other, but really engaging communities in a different way and listening and interpreting sort of how you need to move forward. So no questions really, but just I think it's important to acknowledge that there's a development here, and that this moving to work application and the work that your staff are going to do in transforming how you do what you do is absolutely all connected in my mind. I guess I want to just mention that I see the through line from the work that you're doing with the Metro dollars to helping engage communities in a more meaningful, deeper way around how we solve big problems in our communities like homelessness. Like all of this can contribute to you all doing that better and more effectively. So the fact that you don't have to do paperwork every month for rent changes can, and I hope it will see that translation into lease up rates dropping because you're doing more housing navigation and you're really working through the problems of what's the barrier to getting folks leased up, or how do you keep people in housing in a more effective way and provide better, more robust services. So just really appreciate this move, but also want to contextualize it around how do we accomplish our values around equity and racial justice, around how we think through the role we have in the community to effectively deliver these services and resources. So hats off to you all, amazing work as usual, but just really appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Director Savaro. Are there any other directors who wish to comment or to make a motion?
I just want to thank Director Sabaro. Thank you for your comments, and I absolutely support them.
As do I. Very well put, Director Savaro. We are really blessed to have such a stellar staff in the Housing Department of Washington County. Not only do they excel in the quality of their work, but they're very passionate and innovative. Because of the quality of their service delivery for years, we have the opportunity. They have qualified for this pioneering program, so that rather than doing the classical accounting for all of these public dollars on a very frequent basis, they are able now to spend more time using these dollars a bit more flexibly to meet the needs of our local community. Our staff continues to be dedicated to make sure that we are following those rules and requirements. But it is just so delightful that because of their stellar work to date, they're able to have the flexibility to be that much more innovative. And yes, it is wonderful that we have a community that has stepped forward to invest further resources to address the needs of affordable housing and homelessness. It all comes together in this one department, but also you have a board that understands, acknowledges that we have both an affordable housing crisis as well as a homelessness crisis that we can together do something about. So thank you so very much. So with that, do we have a motion to authorize the Housing Authority of Washington County's request to allow the executive director to sign the annual contributions contract, also known as ACC amendment, and forward that to HUD for final execution?
A motion.
Motion from Director Roper. Do we have a second? A second from Director Savaro. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0. Yay, staff, keep going and do great things.
Thank you, directors. We appreciate your support.
That's a great vote of confidence that we have in all of you. Thank you each and every day. Next, we'll move on to our second public comment period. This is an opportunity for members of our community to speak with us for up to 5 minutes. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, we do, Madam Director. We have Heidi Johnstone. Heidi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Washington County Commissioners and Housing Authority Board Directors. Again, I am speaking to you as a tenant of Woodspring Apartments in an effort to preserve this property that houses over 200 seniors on fixed low income. We have read that there may be funding, other programs that may be available, and that the Washington County Commissioners and Housing Authority has many powers. This is why we are addressing you today. We need you to act to ensure that all of us who call Woodspring Apartments home can continue to live here safely and affordably. I was a new tenant in 2019 after being priced out of my previous apartment. When news of the end of the affordability contract became known to me, I began organizing, reaching out for help, and hoping, like other tenants, the property would remain senior, low income. The residents believed the owners, Hamilton Zants, a real estate investment firm out of San Francisco, would keep the property affordable. They had faith and they believed the owners would do the right thing. Excuse me. tragically, they did not renew the affordability contract, and the residents are now scared and fearful. Many have nowhere to go. Many are desperate and unable to contemplate homelessness, and the loss of affordable housing will put these seniors in danger of having nowhere to go except the streets. For Woodspring, this means over 200 tenants will lose their homes that they believe that would be their last home and allow them to age in place, in peace. This has been devastating for the tenants, whose average age is 75, and now they live in fear and stress, the majority never knowing housing instability, and it is taking a grave toll on the residents' health. The tenants are vulnerable by no fault of their own. Myself, I work 2 and 3 jobs providing for my family, building a future for them with love, and never thought of my future, only my family's future. Now other seniors and I live in an uncertain economy. How will we be able to afford or qualify for the rapidly rising rents that seem to have no limits and no end for seniors that live on fixed incomes and many disabled, unable to work? How will vulnerable seniors that believe that they would be able to afford housing on Social Security be able to escape homelessness without your intervention, your help, and the preservation of Woodspring Apartments as a low-income senior housing complex? Times are changing. We ask you to help us. And it is paramount that Washington County take measures to facilitate the purchase of Woodspring Apartments from Hamilton Zants, and that a work session be scheduled to discuss the strategies to compel the sale of the building to the county before the safe haven period is over. We are already stressed by rising rent increases that will price many tenants out. This has changed from much lower rent increases in previous years. It is imperative to preserve Woodspring Apartments as a permanent low-income senior property, not just for the tenants that live here now, but others that will age, take their place, and will need affordable housing, continue their last journey into the twilight of their lives, and call Tigard, Washington County, and the great state of Oregon their home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Madam Director, I do not see our other person online, so that concludes this session for the Housing Authority.
All righty, at this stage of the game, per the agenda, are there any board of director announcements? I don't have any. Go ahead, Director Willie.
I don't have any announcements. I'd just like to have, I guess, a little bit more conversation about this Wood Springs project. And are we going to have more follow-up, more dialogue? Because I would like to see us help to the extent that we're allowed to help, but also knowing that we do bring influence to the table, even though we don't have the authority to, of course, change the ownership structure and those kinds of things. But I guess I'd just like to have more conversation about that to where we could lend a hand.
Well, and you're right to recognize that it's been a couple of months before we've gotten an update. So Ms. Angie, are you and your team prepared to give us an update right now, or do we need to take that differently?
So I would suggest, just due to the length of the board meeting, that we do schedule this and figure out how to accommodate it for an upcoming meeting. And in the meantime, though, we will get written materials out to the Housing Board of Directors.
Yeah, I have one comment as well. It's in my district, and I know that Tigard has been working diligently. The chair made some really great comments at the very beginning of this meeting regarding that project. And Comey, I'm like Commissioner Willie, happy to assist as we can, but there are a lot of projects in Washington County that we're hearing that they would like us to buy. I know we don't have the money, we don't have the capacity to do that. So I'd be interested in what remedies do we have? I mean, sort of buying? What sort of influence, as has been mentioned, do we have? It's a private sector company who has an asset that they own, which we would like to assert some, I guess, good business practices on, and cajole them to do what is right. But I'd really like to know what we have in terms of abilities, because it's we have a robust program going on, which is wonderful. But those are new projects. We're not buying a lot of existing properties, because again, the amount of investment is amazing. Can you off the top of your head, and then I'll stop you. What's the cost, fair market value of this property? Just roughly, you know. Have you even looked at it?
Yes, we have taken a brief look. If it was being sold today, it will appraise roughly between 38 and 40 million.
30 and 40 million.
38 to 40 in that neighborhood.
38, 40.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's helpful, and I agree with Commissioner Willie. I think we ought to at least have some conversation. And I've always been very straight with people, and I don't see us having 38 to 40 million to buy this and then do the rest of our projects that we are in the process of doing. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, well, there's a lot of nuance, a lot of options. As I mentioned earlier, the owner has been in town 2 times. They have a public relations firm working with them, Galactin, I believe. And among the options that are under consideration is preserve all the units as affordable,
right?
And then another one is do nothing. And then there's 3 in between. The investment firm, they have not dealt with public financing. They basically have investors. They see what's available out there and they purchase. This particular Wood Springs is 2-bedroom, 2-bath, near 1,000 square feet. So they don't build them like that anymore. And so that's why they acquired it for their own reasons, obviously, but they don't know public financing. They have never dabbled in public financing. Assuming they are interested in public financing, then tax credits, they bought it in 2015. So they'll be eligible for low-income housing tax credits. There's a 10-year rule, which is another nuance. At the end of about 2023, 2024, they can access that kind of public financing if they choose to. That would also mean they partner with a nonprofit or with housing authority. They could be eligible for property tax exemption. But the city of Tigard will obviously have to say yes to that. And then there's a lot of other variables. The one thing they have made clear, though the owners have, is it's not regulated as senior housing. It became senior housing by default. The seniors moved in there and more seniors. And they have said they are not going to be held to that because it was not part of the regulatory agreement. So that's a complicating factor. And as you heard from the testimony, is very polarizing. But they're willing to talk. They're trying to put dollars to all the 4 or 5 options under consideration. And then depending on what option they pick, we have to find the money, obviously.
Yeah, no, I thank you. And I heard all your variations. I mean, we could have a lot of iteration number of units. We just built one and opened it up, the Fields property. We got one down the street from me right now that on 72nd. Is there opportunities for folks who may be displaced to go to other units? I don't want you to answer that now, but I hope we're sensitive to that.
Right. Yeah, people are free to move if they can. Yeah, depending on the cost to move and the location.
And we heard, Comey, that they're raising the rents significantly. Aren't they under the same limitations of rent increases as everyone in the private sector is? 10% annually or something? Aren't they under those restrictions?
Yes, they are raising the rents on new tenants. So as tenants are coming in, they are charging them market rents, which is around, the average rent right now is about $1,000 or less. They're trying to get to $1,400 to $1,500. And that's the market rent.
So as long as the people stay there, they can't raise it more than 10%. But if they move out and someone new comes in, then they get a new rent base.
That is the understanding, yes. I don't know the law very well on that score, but yes. The existing tenants have a safe harbor until the end of 2023.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Thank you, Director Willie, for raising that point, and Mr. Cullivar, Director Cullivar, because some of the comment that we heard earlier talked about rent increases on the order of $500 or so, which sounds like it's far greater than that 10% limitation of growth from one year to the next between now and the end of 2023.
Right. Well, I think they are concerned about the end of that safe harbor period is my understanding of those statements.
Okay, all righty. Are there any other comments from directors on Wood Spring before we move off of Wood Spring?
Real quick, Chair, just also want us to think about, so part of this sounds like a real estate transaction. The other side is really around how do we support individual folks who may be at risk of housing or homelessness, honestly, if the rents were to rise. So I think just one piece of this is that the federal government has invested a lot of money in the last year and a half around rental assistance. And so I think making sure that we're keeping rental assistance as a potential gap solution for anyone that is falling into risk of homelessness, and for folks who are living there that are at risk of not being able to pay their rent, want to make sure that they're aware that there are additional resources through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The county as well as the state have funneled dollars into Washington County to make sure that there's rental assistance available.
So the response to that is for tenants to call 211.
That's right. So just want to make sure folks can call 211 and get access to that resource. If folks are in urgent crisis, I think that's just a solution I want to make sure folks are aware of.
Anything else on Wood Spring, directors? Okay, are there any other Board of Director items? Okay, well, all of this conversation reminds me that I have an item that I think I should bring forward today to the Housing Authority of Washington County versus in our next meeting as the Washington County Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners know that our staff in the housing department, but also with community development, with Jenny Proctor, have been engaging very aggressively and sincerely with community action in order to help residents throughout Washington County take advantage of the Oregon Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Ms. Angie has been working this intense need for a few weeks now in response to my getting calls from Governor Brown to ask, what in the world are you doing in Washington County so we can reduce the backlog of applicants for this program? The money is there, use it. And certainly last week, we had the opportunity of seeing in the national news that Congress and the administration is asking the states the same thing. Why have more of these dollars not been put through to residents and to landlords? Well, I'm just letting us all know that the governor upped the ante further and has supercharged all of our state legislative representatives, and they have just authored a letter that will be sent to us to call us on the carpet for not getting more of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program dollars out to the community. Now, I find it amazing that the governor and state legislators think that we aren't doing everything we can. Community development has hired additional workers. We have provided additional resources to community action to work through these applications. Governor Brown, through the state, hired an additional contract firm which specializes in processing these applications. Each and every one of these applications takes approximately 4 hours to process. This letter writing, this political pressuring does not help our residents one stinking bit. So now that I've gotten that off my chest, Ms. Angie, is there anything more that you would like our community, our state legislators, and Governor Brown to know about how hard we are working to get these dollars into action?
That's a great question, Chair Harrington. We had a lengthy conversation on this matter last week with our partner Community Action, and they are working very quickly. You are right, it is an average of 4 hours. There is verification, paperwork that is needed. So we do have, and I don't have the data right in front of me because I wasn't prepared, but I can get this information to you. How many applications are in the queue waiting additional information? We did have the conversation with Community Action relative to what additional resources can they use and what other community-based organizations can we partner with to ensure that we get these dollars out the door. From a staff perspective, we understand the need and the need is concerning, and we appreciate our partnership with Community Action because they see that need and that urgency too. And we want to, in addition, we need to ensure that we are following Treasury guidance when issuing these dollars. And so unfortunately, that does make it a bit more complicated. Community Action is not just the conduit for county relief dollars, they are also handling state dollars. So I just want to share, there's two, in essence, swim lanes of eviction dollars that we are processing and trying to get out the door as quickly as possible. I hope to have more information to you this coming week as this unfolds.
So, directors, I'm getting a little tired of having these need conversations with Ms. Angie because she and her staff and our partners are working hard on these problems. They can't make up for the fact that there are rules that we have to follow to distribute these dollars. We have to make sure that the applications are complete. You know, be kind to the people that are doing this work. And sorry, Governor Brown and state legislators, stop passing the buck. We're working as hard as we can. A little support would be appreciated. So enough said on that, I suppose. But I would like to open the floor up to my colleagues to see if you have any comments you'd like to share on this matter. Go ahead, Commissioner Rogers.
Well, I think you said it well. First of all, I want to commend you for sticking up with sticking up for our staff. I mean, it's pretty easy to beat somebody up when you sit down in a legislature and you draft certain rules, but you don't have to implement. And so I'm not minimizing their work, but it's always easy to point and direct and to actually perform the work. And so I've told both Josh and Comey ad nauseum that I think that you guys are doing a great job. You do everything you possibly can do. So I'm disappointed, but I don't take any real issue with what their comments are. We'll thank them for their letter, and that's about it. It doesn't hold a lot of significant weight with me. I just am disappointed that they don't come and visit before they write missiles. I think that's not productive, but I appreciate your comments. I think it's good to support staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I appreciate that. Are there any other Board of Director announcements for today? Well, seeing none, how about a motion to adjourn today's Washington County Housing Authority Board of Directors meeting?
A motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second from Commissioner Navarro? Thank you, Directors Roper and Savarro. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, Commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you so much. And now we will move on, I believe, to the same Zoom link as the Washington County Board of Commissioners. Is that right, Clerk Moss?
You are right, Madam Chair.
All righty.
Welcome everyone to the Washington County Board of Commissioners meeting. The board is now meeting as the Washington County Board of Commissioners, the Board of Directors for Clean Water Services and all other county service districts for September 7th, 2021. Commissioner Willie?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers?
Here.
Commissioner Fye?
Here.
Vice Chair Treese?
Here.
Chair Harrington?
Here. Thank you, Clerk Moss. Just a few announcements on changes from the first posted agenda. We have an additional item on the consent agenda. Item 14 is an added item. Then under the action item, which has 7 different items today, items number 5 and 7 had additional information provided into the packet for today's meeting. So we'll move on then to the public communications first opportunity, the 2-minute opportunity. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up today?
We do, Madam Chair. First person up is Carrie. Carrie, can you hear us?
I can.
Good, we can hear you. Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Good morning. I just wanted to take some time. I wrote things down, so I'm just going to read it for the sake of time. I'm just here to present some information to be considered as the board moves forward with the required vaccination mandate. Information I just feel is relevant and impactful to how it's communicated and enforced in the future. I want to start by saying I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm very pro-vaccine. I do have concerns with some of the language in the mandate and some of just the FDA's recent licensure and the availability of the actually licensed vaccine. I'm going to read some of the language out of the FDA's authorization letter. There's several aspects to the FDA's recent licensing and approval of the Pfizer community vaccine that proved to be somewhat confusing. When the application for community was approved and the license was given, the FDA decided to not license the currently available BioNTech Pfizer vaccine, but authorized it to remain to be used under the emergency use authorization. My concern is just about the lack of availability for the actually licensed vaccine and the deadline that I understand is presented to the employees affected in Washington County. The FDA acknowledges in their letter that there are insufficient stocks of the newly licensed vaccine available. And although it is approved in individuals 16 years of age and older, there's just not sufficient vaccine for distribution to the population at the time that they reissued the emergency use authorization. It's a little confusing. The FDA is saying that the 2 vaccines are basically identical in the recipe and processes and procedures. However, they're stating that they are legally distinct from each other. They don't go on to say how they're legally distinct. They just state that they are, which is confusing.
Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Next up, Madam Chair, is John. John, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead for up to 2 minutes.
Board of Commissioners, I want to make it very clear that none of my beliefs or statements today reflect the Sheriff's Office policies. This testimony is mine as a taxpayer, concerned citizen, and employee of Washington County. I recently learned you, our local politicians, were considering mandating Washington County employees to receive a shot that's not been prescribed to me by a doctor or needed for me to sustain life. I will not refer to this COVID shot as vaccine. A vaccine is defined as a substance used to stimulate the production of antibodies and provide immunity. This shot does not provide immunity. We have also learned over the past few months that those that receive the shot are just as likely to carry the virus and pass it on to another. Also, Those that have received the shot are just as likely to visit a local hospital from COVID symptoms. I personally have had several friends who have either gotten COVID or a family member has gotten it and they were quote unquote vaccinated. One of the best known outbreaks among vaccinated people occurred in a small beach town in Massachusetts. About 3/4 of the 469 infections were among vaccinated people. There was also a group of politicians that fled Texas and received the shot and they came down with COVID. Last May, I had COVID pneumonia. I will always choose to have the virus over putting the shot in my body. No one, including the CDC, OHA, WHO, Anthony Fauci, or your local medical personnel, know what may happen to the body in the future from the shot. However, there have been thousands of documented side effects to this shot to include blood clots, heart issues, seizures, and even death. I have natural immunity. Why would I take a shot that provides no immunity protection and provides no protection to anyone around me? By forcing us employees to take the shot, the county will be facing a mass exodus of patrol and jail deputies leaving to find employment elsewhere. This will have a huge impact on public safety and reduction of services for a shot that provides zero immunity. ORS 433416 and 433407 states that firefighters, law enforcement, corrections, and probation officers are exempt from employer-required vaccinations under Oregon law. You do not have the authority under Oregon law. If you pass this, you, the commissioners, will be stealing from us our employment, livelihood, and ability to support our families. If passed, you will have to defend your decision to the citizens of Washington County for the loss of services due to staff shortages. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Madam Chair, that concludes the people signed up for this first part of testimony.
Ms. Perry, I had sit down while you're in.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Today's consent agenda consists of 14 different items, 2 sets of minutes for the Board of Commissioners, 2 items under Clean Water Services, 3 items under the Juvenile Department, 5 items under Land Use and Transportation, 1 item under Support Services, 1 item under Health and Human Services, and that's all 14 items. What are the wishes of the Commission? We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Willie. All those in favor of approving today's consent agenda, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, Commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, we'll move on to proclamations, a bit of fun and festive recognition on behalf of our community. Today, we have the opportunity to proclaim September 15th through October 15th of this year, 2021, as Hispanic Heritage Month, and to encourage the people of Washington County to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, Ms. Latricia Tillman.
Good morning, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Latricia Tillman. I am the Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer for Washington County, and I'm pleased to offer a few introductory remarks on our cultural heritage celebrations before I turn it over to Mateo Campos, juvenile counselor with Washington County, and Julio Ortiz, a junior at Southridge High School. They will read the proclamation, and then following that, Washington County staff, Rosina Padilla-Hurley and Robert Rivera, will provide a couple of closing remarks before we turn it over to you for comments and adoption of the proclamation. So Washington County culture, if Clerk Moss could add those individuals to Zoom as a panelist, then when I'm done with my remarks, they will begin with their presentation.
I'm not sure if their attendee names match the names you read off.
We requested that, so I'm hoping that they do.
Okay. Are you seeing everyone that you were hoping for?
Let me look.
I believe some of their cameras may just be turned off, so you just don't see them in the frame.
I see them all. I'm just asking the organizer to verify.
I do see, I'm looking for Mateo specifically.
Well, it,
Yeah,
I'm not
we
able
do
to.
not see that person on Latricia. So please go ahead.
Okay. So hopefully he will join as I'm making my introductory comments. And if not, we will pivot. So Washington County cultural heritage celebrations and resource pages are an important starting point for our collective organizational engagement and learning about equity, diversity, and inclusion. And the Hispanic Heritage Month celebrations we will enjoy this month have been planned and organized by upwards of 20 staff who volunteered to support our learning in addition to their official work. These cultural celebrations offer an opportunity to establish and maintain relationships with staff and community who identify as Hispanic or Latinx or both, to build trust and deepen our understanding of these diverse and growing communities within Washington County. And these cultural celebrations also create an opportunity to learn about the historic and present oppression of the Hispanic community and the community's resilience in the face of that oppression, so that we can reflect on whether or not our current policies and sentiments support the well-being of the Hispanic community within Washington County and beyond, and dismantle racism and white supremacy. So no culture is monolithic. All cultures, ethnicities, and nationalities encompass a range of diverse life experiences and opinions. And more than 33 countries and far more ethnicities are included within the Hispanic Latinx community. Spanish is the most common language associated with the Hispanic community. However, within our service delivery, we do see a variety of indigenous languages and dialects spoken within the Hispanic community, such as Mixteco, Triqui, and Zapotec. Consequently, the celebrations and resource pages for Hispanic Heritage Month celebration may not represent a comprehensive picture of the nuances or a full range of opinions within this broad and diverse culture and multiple subcultures. However, we do know that the Heritage Month committees are very thoughtful about the learning opportunities they share with our Washington County community, and we encourage people who may be curious about what is or is not presented or the policy implications of what is shared this month to reach out to us at the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement, or to open a dialogue with their colleagues or the planning committee. I want to thank all the members of the committee who met over the past few weeks under the leadership of Committee Chair Jasmine Cardenas and Co-Chair Robert Rivera. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mateo Campos and Julio Ortiz to read the proclamation in English and Spanish. And then following that, Rosina Padilla-Hurley and Robert Rivera will provide a couple of closing remarks. Go ahead, Mateo.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. A proclamation in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Una proclamación en honor del mes de la herencia hispana.
Whereas each year the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the culture, heritage, and countless contributions of those whose ancestors were indigenous to North America, as well as those who came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, and
Por cuanto cada año los Estados Unidos observa el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana al celebrar la cultura, el patrimonio y las innumerables contribuciones de aquellos cuyos antepasados eran indígenas de América del Norte, así como aquellos que vinieron de España, México, el Caribe, América Central y América del Sur, y
whereas what began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th, and
por cuanto lo que comenzó en 1968 como la Semana de la Herencia Hispana bajo el presidente Johnson y fue expandido por el presidente Reagan en 1988 para cubrir un periodo de 30 días que comienza el 15 de septiembre y termina el 15 de octubre y
whereas the date of September 15th is significant because it is an anniversary of independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Additionally, Mexico and Chile celebrate their independence days on September 16th and September 18th, respectively, and
por cuanto que la fecha del 15 de septiembre es significativa porque es el aniversario de la independencia de los países latinoamericanos de Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y Nicaragua. Además, México y Chile celebran sus días de independencia el 16 y 18 de septiembre, respectivamente. Y
whereas this year's theme, Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage, encourages us to reflect on the legacy of Hispanic people who have influenced our nation's history and serve today as leaders in the halls of Congress, in all aspects of our national life, from the Supreme Court and halls of Congress boardrooms, the main streets across all of the United States, and
por cuanto que el tema de este año, Esperanza, una celebración de la herencia hispana, nos anima a reflexionar sobre el legado de los hispanos que han influido en la historia de nuestra nación y que sirven hoy en el Congreso, en las salas de juntas y calles principales en todos Estados Unidos. Y
whereas we recognize and honor the many ways that Hispanics have enriched the fabric of our society, while also rededicating ourselves to address the lack of equal access to opportunity that many still face, and
por cuanto que reconocemos y honoramos las muchas formas en que los hispanos han enriquecido la estructura de nuestra sociedad y al mismo tiempo nos dedicamos nuevamente a abordar la falta de igualdad de acceso a las oportunidades que muchos todavía enfrentan. Y
whereas the Hispanic population of the United States is now 62.1 million, constituting 18.17% the total Hispanic population. Of the total population of the population, specifically in Washington County, the Hispanic population is now 107,642, constituting approximately 17.9% of our total population, and represents a wide range of nationalities and backgrounds which reflect the remarkable diversity of the American people, and
por cuanto la población hispana de los Estados Unidos es ahora de 62.1 millones, lo que constituye el 18.7% de la población total. Específicamente en el condado de Washington, la población hispana es ahora de 107,642, lo que constituye aproximadamente el 17.9% de nuestra población total y representa una amplia gama de nacionalidades y orígenes que reflejan la notable diversidad del pueblo estadounidense. Y
whereas Hispanics continue their rich tradition of significant diverse contributions to cultural, educational, and economic and political vitality of Washington County.
Por cuanto que los hispanos continúan su rica tradición de contribuciones significativas y diversas a la vitalidad cultural, educativa, económica, política del condado de Washington.
Now therefore be it resolved that on this 7th day of September 2021, the Washington County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim September 15th, October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all residents to celebrate our unique and vibrant history and recommit ourselves to a shared future of healthy, peaceful, safe, and sustainable communities for all.
Ahora, por lo tanto, se resuelve que en este día 7 de septiembre de 2021, la Junta de Comisionados del Condado de Washington proclama por la presente del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de 2021 como el mes de la herencia hispana y alienta a todos los residentes a celebrar nuestra historia única y vibrante y volver a comprometernos nosotros mismos hacia un futuro compartido de comunidades saludables, pacíficas, seguras y sustentables para todos.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was a long one.
Thank you.
Who's next? Oops, are you on mute?
Good morning. I'm going to read the closing remarks. Mr. Victor Anthony Certucci, Attorney Advisor at U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, has submitted the winning theme of this year, Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, said it best. The past year has been one unlike in recent memory. For so many of us, our lives have changed. We celebrated life's milestones at home or spent holidays alone. But despite how our world has changed, we've kept our eyes on the horizon. We've held on to our hope. This theme celebrates our Hispanic heritage and our resilience. It provides us to the opportunity to reflect on those who came before us and held on to hope to create a better tomorrow. It inspires us to recognize that we are stronger together and reminds us that although we are apart, with hope, we are not alone. Thank you. Robert?
Thank you. El señor Víctor Anthony Certuche, abogado asesor de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental de Estados Unidos, quien presentó el tema ganador de este año, Esperanza, una celebración de la herencia y la esperanza. Lo dijo mejor. El año pasado ha sido diferente a todos los que se recuerdan recientemente. Para muchos de nosotros, nuestras vidas han cambiado. Hemos celebrado los hitos de la vida en casa o hemos pasado los feriados solos. Pero, a pesar de cómo ha cambiado nuestro mundo, hemos mantenido nuestros ojos en el horizonte. Nos hemos aferrado a nuestra esperanza. Este tema celebra nuestra herencia hispana y nuestra capacidad de recuperación. Nos brinda la oportunidad de reflexionar sobre aquellos que vinieron antes de nosotros y se aferraron a la esperanza de crear un mañana mejor. Nos inspira a reconocer que juntos somos más fuertes y nos recuerda que, aunque estamos separados, con esperanza, no estamos solos.
Thank
Latricia.
you. Wonderful. Thank you, Robert. And I just want to add, as I'm sure you all will, thanks to the entire committee and especially to Julio, our community member and young student leader, for helping us launch our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. And with that, I will turn it over to the board for comments and adoption.
Well, and everyone, if you could stay on camera for a moment. I think my screen just changed. There we go. Smile. I'd like to capture the image for our county's use internally. Thank you. Smile. All righty. I'll distribute that to the board as well as to our staff. So thank you very, very much for bringing this proclamation forward to us. I, for one, really appreciated the message around celebrating heritage, but also hope. It has been a tough 18 months, and it has been both marvelous to support our great public health staff in the difficulties of this global pandemic. But your message today of hope and resilience, I can say, is going to continue to carry me forward as we all continue this work of recovering from this pandemic and supporting one another. As you said, there is always hope, and that we have a lot of, for fathers, mothers, sisters, and brothers to show us that it can and will be done by each of us. Commissioners, I'd love to entertain your comments, but also a motion and a second to adopt today's proclamation. We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers and a second from Commissioner Treese. Are there any other board comments before we move on this? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Yes, as I was listening to the both the reading of English and in Spanish, I almost think that next year, let's do that in reverse. It feels like we should be, Spanish should be the lead language in this. And then, oh, by the way, if you're not bilingual in Spanish, we have an interpreter for you in English. And it just seemed to me that that would be more appropriate. But thank you very much for that. I thought it was very good in both languages.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Treese, go ahead.
I think that's a great idea, Commissioner Willie. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to the committee. Thank you to those of you that presented today. I also want to tell you, I'm really missing our normal celebration for today when we're all together and we have food and cultural items and just the togetherness, but that'll come in the future. But thank you, everybody.
Any other commissioners? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of adopting this proclamation through the motion and the second, please vote by saying aye or raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Anyone opposed? All right, we do hereby adopt today's proclamation and urge everyone in our community to support Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, and encourage each of us to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies, and enjoy this year's theme of Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope. Thank you to our special guests who have joined us today. All right, next we'll move on to boards and commissions. We have one item under this section of our agenda, and it is to appoint to the Civil Services Committee, Jean Kawamoto for District 1, Justin Heath for District 1, Mahesh Udata for District 2, and Justice Lash from District 4, all for terms expiring August 31st of 2023. And this is one of very few boards and commissions where your district residency plays a role in the decision-making in service to this specific commission, the Civil Services Commission. What are the wishes of the Board of Commissioners on these appointments? No one wants to make a motion. A motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Commissioner Willie. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
I'm sorry, I'm coming in late on this, but I was just looking at this and I have to admit I didn't read the entire packet, but how many people are on this commission? Because we had, as it says, we had 6 applicants, 5 vacancies. 4 of them now are expiring at the same day in 23. We try and stagger these generally. So how many people are on this commission in total?
Ms. Angie? You're on mute.
Thank you. There are 5 on the Civil Service Commission.
And so 4 of them are going to expire at the same time in 23. So we don't have any provision to stagger those terms. And I'm sorry, I'm bringing this up late, and so I'm perfectly fine with this. I'm just suggesting that generally if we'd have these 4 people not want to apply again, we'd have 4 or 5 people brand new on this commission. I don't think that's efficient. So too late to do that now, but just thoughts for in the future, okay?
There is some staggering. I'm struggling to get that information at the tip of my fingers. And Commissioner Willie, your point is noted. Eva Labonte, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will work closely with them too to ensure that we don't have a significant vacancy or turnover as well at the same time.
And just for our community's benefit, the board did review the applications and this slate at our August 17th work session. So we have a motion and a second to approve these appointments. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, we'll move on to public hearings. We have just one public hearing for today. And this is one where we will need to have a motion to read ordinance number 865 by title only. Do we have such a motion? We have a motion from Commissioner Willie. Do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Mr. Carr, if you could please read ordinance 865 by title only.
My pleasure, Chair Harrington. Ordinance 865, an ordinance amending the comprehensive framework plan for the urban area, the rural natural reserve plan, and certain community plans to reflect urban growth boundary expansion areas.
So today we will be conducting a third public hearing. There are some special circumstances with regard to this ordinance that our staff will go over first in our short staff presentation, and then we'll have a public hearing, and then we'll take an action from there. So at this juncture, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Stephen Roberts, the Director of the Washington County Land Use and Transportation Department.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you. Yes, as the Chair mentioned, we have some extenuating circumstances with this particular ordinance, and so Todd Borkowitz from our Long Range Planning section is going to run through a pretty brief staff report and the staff recommendation for today, which will be to continue this ordinance to a date certain in the future. And Todd will walk through some of the details about why we're doing that. And that's when we're available to answer questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Roberts, and hello, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. I'm Todd Borkowitz, Associate Planner with Community Planning, and I am here today to briefly summarize Ordinance 865 and request a further continuance since the appeals at the state level are not yet resolved. So next slide, please. So a quick reminder, this ordinance has to do with the county's responsibilities with UGB expansions. Hillsborough, Beaverton, and King City each submitted proposals for expansion of the urban growth boundary, or UGB, into adjacent urban reserve areas. As required by Metro, they developed concept plans, and the Board of Commissioners acknowledged each plan, and Metro approved the proposals in 2018. So this map shows the 4 Washington County areas that were added. Hillsborough's Witch Hazel Village South, Beaverton's Cooper Mountain, and King City's Beef Bend. And then there's a small area at the top, which is West Union Village Square. It's a small property that was brought into the UGB, or is proposed to be brought into the UGB to alleviate a health hazard from a failing septic system. The Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC, approved the expansions in 2020. However, the approval was appealed to the Court of Appeals, where it was affirmed and subsequently petitioned. A petition was filed to the Oregon Supreme Court. And as of today, that appeal is not yet resolved. So Ordinance 865, which addresses these UGB expansions, was continued last year at the request of the Department of Land Conservation and Development, or DLCD, which requested it be continued until all appeals of the LCDC order approving the 2018 UGB expansion are resolved. The board continued the ordinance again until March 2021, since no action had been taken by the Court of Appeals by that time. Next slide, please. So based on the county's comprehensive plan requirements, this ordinance is to move the new UGB areas from the rural to the urban plan areas. The ordinance would require changes to multiple comprehensive plan elements, including the rural natural resource plan, the comprehensive framework plan, and 4 community plans. The changes generally include removing rural land use no longer applicable and adding designations for urban areas, transferring mapped Goal 5 resources from the rural to the urban area, and assigning expansion areas to a community plan sub-area. Farming is considered a limited interim use and can continue, while other land uses in FD20 would allow some different uses at different levels of review and will be limited because the designation is intended as an interim holding district until these areas are annexed by cities. Next slide, please. So prior to the Planning Commission hearing, the DLCD requested the county continue the ordinance until all appeals of the LCDC order approving the 2018 UGB expansions are resolved. On August 19th, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend that the board approve Ordinance 865 contingent on resolution of the appeals. And on September 1st, the board voted to continue the hearing to March 2nd, 2021 in anticipation of resolution of all appeals up to LCDC's order. On March 2nd, the board voted to continue the hearing to September 7th, 2021, or today. Next slide, please. So in May 2021, the Court of Appeals affirmed the LCDC order approving Metro's 2018 UGB expansion. Subsequently, a petition was filed to the Oregon Supreme Court appealing the decision. The appeal is now being considered, and it is not known when the Supreme Court will render a decision. County Council estimates that a continuation of the ordinance to early next year should be sufficient for a decision to be rendered. Therefore, staff recommends the ordinance be further continued to January 18th, 2022. Should it not be resolved at that point, staff would recommend an additional continuance. Next slide, please. And that's the end of our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of Mr. Berkowitz?
Yes, I do. How many different appeals are there on the properties?
There's just one appeal that's outstanding.
And which area is that?
It's for the entire UGB expansion.
It's all 4 areas though, so it hasn't been identified as one of those areas.
I believe it's all 4 area plus 1 area that's in that applies to Clackamas County.
Okay. So I was just wondering if you could bifurcate or separate if there was just one property impacted, but it doesn't sound like you can change where you're at because they're appealing all of it. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's for the entire decision applicable to all areas.
Commissioner Willie?
Well, and this appeal process sounds consistent with what we went through with the urban growth boundary expansion and developing the rural and expansion areas and all of that. I don't know, 10 years ago, whenever it was. So who is filing all of the appeals? What organization?
It's an organization called Housing Land Advocates.
And their opposition is because they just don't want any more expansions?
So the appeal involves Metro's need and ability to consider infill within the urban growth boundary that's zoned for single-family residential, and whether or not it should consider that in UGB expansion decisions. Metro has said that its charter prohibits the agency from considering single-family land that's zoned single-family, and HLA is saying that this must be considered. So that's where the crux of the argument is.
So what would happen if we would go ahead and approve Ordinance 865 right now? And then it comes down in the Supreme Court, if they hear it, approves and says, no, this is legit, it's okay, have we, or if they say no. I mean, I'm realizing being prudent would say we're going to delay this, but I'm not a fan of being able to appeal this thing for years and years and years and years. And so whatever work that needs to be done, and certainly with our housing crisis right now, I think the favor is in the organization's ability to appeal and to stall the process for years. So I'm not a fan of that. So what would happen if we would approve this now?
So I think that would probably be best answered by county council, but we have their guidance. Go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe I can take a stab and as well, Andy. So I think it's a matter of risk and whether there is risk to anyone in relying on a decision by the county. DLCD has asked us to delay, and so they could take exception to us taking the action, but I think the board could take the action to move it forward. As far as risk to a property owner in relying on the decision, what this does is change the land use districts from rural to an urban holding district, which still that urban holding district doesn't allow a lot of development. When the urban development would happen once the cities finished their comprehensive planning, and then once the areas would annex into the cities, that's really where the urban level of development would happen. All of the cities right now are going through their comprehensive planning processes, so they haven't stopped doing that because of this appeal. And so none of them are to the point yet of adopting their urban designations and allowing development to go forward. So at this point, it's probably not having a large effect by the county not moving it forward. But if this went on for another year and the cities adopted their comprehensive plan, that might end up being a time where it would delay development.
Well, I guess, again, this is obviously a delay tactic by those who continue to file the appeals. But then subsequently, I mean, there's another process of approval once this gets through all the appeals, and if it gets affirmed, then there's the next process of the whatever planning, master planning, whatever of these properties. And so so again, the developer or the cities will have an extended period of time. I mean, I just remember South Hillsborough was 15 years before it finally came online. And that's, in this time and environment, that's just too long. So I'm not a fan of this. I've said that. And so I just want to, if we have an opportunity that doesn't put us at risk, I would suggest that sooner than later we pass Ordinance 865. And
Commissioner Willie, I just want to just confirm that this decision is being made at the Oregon Supreme Court, and where our understanding is that there will not be opportunity to appeal once the Supreme Court is should it choose to decide to make a decision on it. Once that decision is rendered, it will be final.
What is their timeline though for making that decision?
County Council has informed us that it will be made soon, and we're anticipating that by the time January 18th that we are proposing to come back, that decision will be made.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner, just from the staff perspective, I guess I would just reiterate the recommendation to be patient at this point and let the appeals process play out. As Teresa was pointing out, there could be some potential risk of a property owner making some assumptions about having the urban zoning designation and that not holding true, right, if the appeals were successful for some reason. So I think we would just counsel patience and just continue at this one additional time, and hopefully that will get us to the finish line.
Are there any other commissioner questions or comments at this time? I would like to say thank you to staff for having a thorough yet compact work packet topic sheet for this. You covered all of the points that you were asked about in this meeting. If anyone is looking for further information about the plaintiffs who have filed this petition for review to the Oregon Supreme Court, they are the Housing Land Advocates, and you can find more information about this 501c3 at housinglandadvocates.org. With that, commissioners, do we have a motion to, oh, excuse me, I need to do a public hearing. First, I'd like to open a public hearing on this third reading of ordinance number 865. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone signed up today?
We have no one signed up, Madam Chair. Would any members of the public wish to testify on this public hearing item? Not seeing any hands, Madam Chair.
I would move that we continue this item until a date that was stated. I don't recall that date, but.
It was January 18th of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, so I need to close this third public hearing and ask for, we have a motion. Do we have a second to continue this ordinance 865 to January 18th, 2022? We have a second from Commissioner Treese, motion made from Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Anyone opposed? The motion passes unanimously 5-0. All that just to keep delaying action on this work. Whew, amazing sometimes. And now we're up to our 7 action items. The first one. Goodbye, Mr. Beck. I think we've got some staff waving going on, or was there something more I needed to do?
No, nothing else you need to do, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. So our first action item is from Clean Water Services. They're asking us to authorize through a resolution and order the Clean Water Services District to establish and maintain financial accounts separate from Washington County or the county, and to hold and manage its own money to comply with the order issued by the Washington County Board of Commissioners, also known as the County Board. And we have Diane Taniguchi-Dennis, the CEO of Clean Water Services, and her staff here with us today for a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair Harrington and Board of Directors of Clean Water Services. We appreciate being able to work with Washington County staff and Tanya Angie and Jack Liang and the team over at County Council to be able to bring this action forward. It's really a progression in the maturity of Clean Water Services in the region. And Kathy Leder is our Chief Financial Officer, and Jerry Linder, our legal counsel. He worked, both of them worked on this item. So Kathy, did you want to say a few words about it from the perspective of a Chief Financial Officer to be able to run the Treasury for Clean Water Services? So thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Diane. Good morning, Chair Harrington and members of the board. So Washington County has provided Treasury services for the district since Clean Water Services inception over 50 years ago. The counties handle the district's finances well, and we continue to have a strong working relationship today. However, the district sees advantages to bringing Treasury activities in-house. A key benefit is the ability to better structure investments and investment policies to meet the district's specific liquidity needs and investment reserves. This transition will also reduce the complexity of bank account reconciliations and duplicate effort tracking transactions by staff at both agencies. The county will be presenting a similar action following this agenda item, directing the county treasury to coordinate transfer of funds held on the district's behalf. The county will continue to provide treasury services until the transfer of banking and investment services is completed by June 30th, 2022. This transition will give the district time to determine staffing needs and onboard staff, award contracts from banking and investment services, develop and obtain approved investment policy from the state treasury, and document internal cash and banking processes. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leader. Commissioners, and serving as the Board of Directors for Clean Water Services, do we have a motion to adopt this resolution in order? We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, directors and commissioners. All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously 5-0. So now we'll move on to the sister side of the equation, the Washington County side. And we have our Chief Financial Officer for Washington County, Jack Liang. Jack, staff report.
Good morning, Chair Harrington. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Since this is a related item with just approved Clean Water Services item, I do not have much information to add. Although I would add that this request and proposal has been reviewed by the County Administrative Office, the County Council, as well as the Finance Division, and then we have no concerns on this request and unanimously support this action. So this requested item is seeking your board's approval of the resolution order to direct Clean Water Services to hold and manage its monies and authorize the County Treasurer to transfer CWS monies held and managed by County Treasury to CWS account established by CWS by no later than June 30th, 2022. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Do we have a motion to adopt this resolution in order? We have a motion from Commissioner Fye, a second from Commissioner Willie, to approve the resolution in order to direct Clean Water Services to hold and manage its money and authorize the county treasurer, that would be Mr. Liang, to transfer CWS's monies held and managed by the county treasury to CWS accounts established by CWS by no later than June 30th of 2022. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. And now we'll move on to our third action item. And this is with regard to the Major Streets Transportation Improvement Program work plan for 2023-2028, the work plan for the funding allocation. Do we have a staff report today, please?
Good morning, Chair. Excuse me. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is Stephen Roberts, Land Use and Transportation Director. Excuse me. Chris Steffenbach is with me as well. And I'm just going to run through a fairly brief summation. We don't have a PowerPoint presentation today. We're just going to try to hit some high points. So the action that's before you today is to seek approval of the work plan, excuse me, to allocate funds for the next cycle of the Major Streets Transportation Improvement Program. We're calling it MSTIP 2328, roughly the 5-year cycle from 23 through 2028. Your board, as you know, has been committing funding through the MSTIP program towards projects that serve major streets with a countywide, serving countywide needs since 1986. Started off as a series of serial levies, and then the board since 1997 continues to allocate funding to the program on a recurring basis. So I just wanted to say, I think our work plan that we have before you, we've been to you and talked about the approach, the draft work plan, made some final modifications to the work plan based on a briefing on August 24th. And we believe that we're continuing to build on a successful past approach to the MSTIP program. You know, we continue to rely on fundamentally the same basic decision-making structure, which builds on technical expertise reviewed through the Washington County Coordinating Committee, which is representatives, elected representatives of the city and the county, and then the Washington County Coordinating Committee making recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. So I think we talked about a few revisions to the approach, and I think still, again, building on some existing guiding principles that I mentioned earlier: major streets, serving multiple travel needs, vehicular, bikes, and pedestrians, projects that are adopted into local plans, like a transportation system plan, and then typically trying to ensure that we have a good geographic balance or distribution of funds around various geographic parts of the county. So one of the things, a couple things that we're looking to do just a little bit differently this time are some earlier public engagement around values, what people are looking for in value in the transportation system, and using that information to help guide some evaluation metrics that would be used in the process of helping to identify and prioritize projects in the process. And in our proposed technical work group, which would be advisory to the Washington County Coordinating Committee, we are proposing to bring in some additional expertise in things like equity, housing, and public health. And so we're looking to broaden the perspectives that we bring into the initial inputs to the process, as that would help shape the outcomes of the project, or the process, I should say. And so I think with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and then happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information. And as I said, Chris is with us as well and can jump in as needed.
So on behalf of our community, I'll say that I'm disappointed that we didn't have a presentation of this today. I asked that this item be on the action agenda so that we could have the public presentation, because the Board of Commissioners has weighed in, along with fellow elected officials throughout Washington County, not just at the Washington County Coordinating Committee meeting, but also through our staff's diligence with different city councils here in Washington County, to outline the proposed outcomes for this portion of this major program, which was approved 25 some odd years ago, with a deliberative set of phases and anticipated scheduling, which includes 2 major phases of public outreach. You can find all of that in our packet, which I will be sure to highlight on my chair Facebook page, so that you, the community, know that we are endeavoring to be transparent and engaging with you to invest this money on your behalf. So Commissioner Willie, I know you had some comments you wanted to make on this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Stephen and Chris, and several others that have been very helpful in helping me walk through this process. I have some concerns about this, but I think overall, let me just try and recap this. We, of the assessed value in the entire county, 68% of it is under city jurisdiction. So what we have and always have had for several years is the partnership with the cities through the WCCC to kind of vet all of these, this process, and certainly the projects that have been recommended. I'm a little concerned that we're going to lose some of that partnership feel by putting out in front of all of this the public, the technical work group, which is going to be made up of basically a variety of city and county, certainly I hope transportation folks, but there's just enough ambiguity in this document that causes me some concerns that I'd like to see some things kind of tightened up a little bit. I'm certainly supportive of enhanced public outreach, equity, dealing with making sure that we are meeting the needs of our marginalized communities. All of those kinds of things are inherent to what I think we need to be done. having said that, I think over the 25 years we have done that. And when I asked for kind of substantiation of that information, it wasn't provided, and that's not through Stephen and Chris's inability or unwillingness to do that. I think that was just a little bit more information. But I think my sense is that this program has met those needs over all these years. And now we're changing the priorities of things. And just let me give you some specifics as to what my concerns are. In the document itself on page 5, it says that the technical work group is expected to meet 3 times through the process, will provide input on the evaluation metrics, which I don't know what those metrics are, and I don't think they've been defined yet, to implement desired outcomes and then review and score proposed projects. So to me, that whole sentence says that this technical work group is going to be scoring through a variety of metrics and submitting that list to the WCCC TAC group. Sorry, I'm having a little battery issues right now. I have 10% left. I got to better hurry. And so I'm concerned that up to now, the WCCC TAC group has devised and prioritized the 150% group, then put it out to public opinion, and then it went to the WCCC for approval or for ratification, or however you want to call that. And then, of course, we have the final approval process when it comes to our board. And I'm just a little concerned that the WCCC TAC group is going to be significantly constrained with their ability to say, well, this project has either been in the queue for the last 10 years and there's been promises made, but that project didn't make it through the technical work group. So therefore the TAC couldn't add it and restricted with doing that. So I need to have some confirmation that maybe I'm being overly sensitive and overly concerned about this. But I guess overall, Chris and Stephen have done a great job meeting with all the cities and mayors and those folks, but it hasn't been presented to the WCCC as a group. And that opportunity is next Monday. And I would like to have that group, the WCCC, it's an advisory group, I know that, but I'd like to hear their input and their feedback before we give it the stamp of approval. And because of that, I think right now I'm feeling like this process is backwards. And I just would like to make sure that the WCC feels completely engaged and a part of the process and can make a recommendation or any modifications before it comes to us. So that's going to be my motion once we get through it, is that this be delayed for 2 weeks until the WCCC can weigh in. And while we're all talking about this, I am going to have to step just aside. I can still hear you, but I got to plug this in or I'm going to lose everybody. So just a second.
So staff, the board didn't put this on the schedule for today. So Ms. Angie, what's the answer with regard to the scheduling of this topic?
So staff have discussed if the board would like to delay the action, we could delay the action. However, what this does is really delays and compresses the work planning time that staff have to complete this work. So this really is up to the board. Staff would prefer that this does move forward today. However, we heed to board direction.
And Chair, if I could just very quickly, we've already started implementing some of the things that we know we're going to need to do as a part of the process, and so I think the additional 2-week delay wouldn't be terribly problematic. But as Mrs. Angie just said, you know, we'd prefer to be prepped to move along. So.
And so I think I recall from the briefing that I had from the two of you that the WCCC chose to move forward in canceling the August meeting and has had the opportunity to converse with you about this work plan. And if anything that I said is incorrect, I would please ask you to correct me.
Yeah, we did offer up all of the WCCC members the opportunity for a briefing in lieu of the August meeting to discuss it as a group. And we met with most of the cities. There were a few that didn't take us up on the offer. Forest Grove, but we'll be going and giving a presentation to their city council later this month. The city of Banks didn't believe they had a need for a briefing at this time. Wilsonville will also be meeting with their staff later this week, I believe. But they opted not for a WCCC briefing, a member briefing, or a council briefing at this time. And then King City will also be making a presentation to their city council, but they didn't, their WCCC member did not request a specific briefing. But we did hit most of the other cities and received generally positive feedback, I think, about the work plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. I would just make a couple of three remarks. I would support Commissioner Willey's position on deferring. And I'd make one remark about the WCC members. This was presented more as this is what we're doing, not what would you like to see. So that's been reported back to me. You mentioned it, Stephen, in the document. I mean, in your remarks, but not in the document, about geographic equity. This has always been a plan that had geographic equity, and I didn't see that in your slide presentation. That's a key ingredient for the cities. Also, on the new technical committee, it looked like we were appointing them pretty much. I didn't see where the cities were nominating anybody at all or had the ability. So if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I like the WCCC support. You know, make this very short, a little bit of history for all of you who weren't there, 40 years ago when we were dealing with the open warfare and the between the cities and the county. And what you know is we adopted a strategic plan that is going to be examined. In that strategic plan, we said, we'll recognize cities as being one who provides the highest and best urban services. And secondly, that $1 of tax revenue that receives what we see with the county will be used across the county in equal proportion. In other words, saying that every citizen would have the same benefit of that dollar. We wouldn't be subsidizing as it was in the past, urban, unincorporated, or rural. You say, well, why is that all important? Because as part of that treaty, and I call it a treaty with the cities, and I wish those people were back here that were here 35 years ago to tell you where they were at, if they're not. They agreed that they would support an MSTIP program. We didn't have any funds. We had potholes, we had problems. And they said, for you doing that strategic plan, we will support you in the MSTIP. Well, that was a big, big benefit to us. So we got the MSTIP. Then when Tom Bryan was in state legislature, with 4750, he rolled it into a permanent levy for us. And this board and all other boards have permanently said during their tenures, it can be changed in the future, that we'll use it on the road project. Why is all that important? I know you all look at it different than maybe I do, but I've always looked at this as a firm partnership. Because frankly, they could start saying, take your money, and what we'll do is we'll not support any of your levies. They could be sheriff's levies, could be candidates, all of us. I mean, they could do a lot of things if they felt that they weren't truly partners. So I like the idea. I don't think we're going to see any big pushback with Commissioner Willey's comments, or just taking it there and saying, not here's what we're doing, but do you have corrections? If you have input, give it to us. And Stephen Roberts has said, this will be beyond my tenure. I'm doing this month, and Commissioner Fry will be doing after that. I think that they're all smart people. They'll come to the same conclusions, have the same exact plan, but they will then be participants, actively engaged, and say it's our plan instead of it's your plan. So that's why I would support the commissioner's comments.
And Commissioner, I would just point out on page 2 in the proposed work plan, there's a short list of bullet points, about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way down that page, and talks about some of those guiding principles of the program that we do intend to carry forward, which includes some geographic and financial balance across the county, as was alluded to in the brief staff report.
Yeah, and I would also say, Stephen, thank you for pointing that out. It does say in there that are located on major streets serving countywide needs. And I think probably that's my biggest concern, is that we will lose the emphasis of major streets in this whole process, and we'll be building sidewalks and bike paths and electrical pedestrian crossings and all those kinds of things, rather than focusing this money on where it was intended 25 years ago and maintaining that focus of major streets. And that's my concerns.
Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
Thank you. I'm still thinking about the concept of postponement. I do want to make a comment about the addition of a focus on equity, housing, and public health. I think that that's incredibly important, and I think that we need to make sure that we do that. That's consistent with the values that we've identified as a board. So I'm still processing and would like to hear from the chair and Commissioner Fye as well.
I think what you're raising, we haven't changed the outcomes. Rather, what you're speaking to is on page 5 of the work plan, that the technical group would provide subject matter experts from those different domains to try to make sure that it's clear how these major street investments are helping achieve the outcomes and the evaluation metrics that will be both WCCC reviewed and recommended and board approved. So all of that is still to come. This just lays out the work plan by which that work can be performed here in the pertinent years of 2021 through 2022.
You're correct.
Okay.
But I just want to underscore the importance of that. And I want to underscore the fact that I believe it's our responsibility, since WCCC is advisory to us, that we continue to push on the need to make sure that those components are represented as we move forward. That's all I'm saying right now.
Yep, I'm with you. And the technical work group is composed from members of the WCCC Technical Advisory Committee, which is all city staff plus county staff from land use and transportation. So I see there's a lot of consistency here with regard to how things have been done in the past. We're just trying to make sure that the conditions of our community here in the 2020s versus 25 years ago are pertinent to these investment decisions of today. I think it's a sound process, and page 6 of this work plan lays out how all of this work will be brought forward through WCCC and the board moving forward. Commissioner Fye, do you have any remarks? I guess not. Okay, so board, Do we have a motion to either adopt this resolution in order or amend the motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this action for 2 weeks to give the presentation to the WCCC and to ask for their recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. And the only thing not said in the discussion today was that all of this information, the work plan, the draft work plan had been reviewed with the board in our August 24th work session. And it was polished up a little bit and dated as August 25th, as you see in our packet for today. So it's my understanding that that is the version that will move forward to WCCC for any further comment. And any further revision will also come back to the board for adoption as a final work plan.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Next, we'll move on to action item number 4, to appoint Marie Boman-Davis, and I need to make sure from staff I'm pronouncing her name correctly, as the Public Health Administrator for Washington County. We have a very short work session or topic sheet on this, but I, for one, would really appreciate hearing a bit more about Marie Boman-Davis's work experience and how that, I believe, makes her a premier public health administrator for us here in Washington County. We don't often get to do this.
Good afternoon, Chair Harrington and board. I am here to provide, oops, I don't know what happened in my video. There we go. I will provide that short briefing for you. So after a competitive national recruitment, Marie Boman-Davis was selected to be promoted to our Public Health Division Manager. Marie joined Washington County in October of 2020 as a research and evaluation analyst, and she served as the position of COVID-19 epidemiology data and quality assurance supervisor for the public health program. Marie has a Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health with a focus on health behavior. She also holds a master's in Public Health focusing on health promotion and a bachelor's degree in Health Sciences with an emphasis on community health education. Marie is a master certified health education specialist for the National Commission for Health Education. She brings 25 years of community academic research and government supervision experience, including leadership roles within academia as an assistant professor and associate professor. Marie was selected by the hiring committee because of her exceptional experience and passion in public health and her commitment to moving the needle on our department's equity, diversity and inclusion efforts. So we're very thrilled to have Marie join our team now as our public health administrator.
Ms. Boman-Davis, would you like to say anything before I say how thrilled I am?
Oh, thank you, Chair Harrington, and thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Kyle. It is truly an honor to be a Washington County resident and to be selected to serve in this role. I appreciate the work of the county and the commissioners in setting equity, diversity, and inclusion as a priority for our community. Thank you.
Well, I've jumped the gun a little bit here, folks, but I am absolutely thrilled that we have such expertise continuing to serve here in Washington County, but in this very key leadership role. Wow, we as a board of commissioners have had the opportunity of just stellar public health guidance and science-informed information to make our policy and investment decisions. I don't think any of us ever imagined, as we ran for and were elected to serve on the Board of Commissioners, that we would be facing a global pandemic, which is that of the nature of this novel new coronavirus known as COVID-19. Boy, and this is on the heels of the work that three of us were new to in 2019 with regard to the measles outbreak that was going on. We also in 2019 had the opportunity to learn more from our team about serving the educational needs and public health needs of our community members with HIV/AIDS, with tuberculosis, and other public health concerns. So I, for one, am just so delighted that we have the opportunity that we have today to appoint you as the Public Health Administrator for Washington County. Everything that the team has been doing over these last 18 months has shown exemplary service, including in meeting the needs of our diverse community members, putting their needs first and foremost. We've been at the top of the charts here in the state of Oregon, and I am sincerely grateful for that. Commissioners, any additional thoughts and comments as well as a motion on this appointment? Silence. Commissioner Treese has made a motion.
And I wanted to say thank you for stepping up as well. I mean, this is a big role and it is much appreciated. I've looked at your background. We are fortunate, and thank you for being here, and thank you for taking on this mantle.
And you are at the top of your peer group. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Commissioner Rogers.
Oh, I was just going to second it, and I don't mean for this to sound offensive, but I was looking for a very old person with your credentials. 25 years, all that. I'm a bit surprised, pleasantly. I think you're going to do a great job.
That's because we're just constantly redefining the definition of what is old.
I know I am.
All righty, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments before we call a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor of appointing Marie Boman-Davis as the Public Health Administrator effective today, September 7th, 2021, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Woohoo! Any opposed? No, absolutely none are opposed. This passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you so much. All right.
Chair Harrington, before we move on to the next item, can I just do a time check? We have 3 more action items. Item 5 can be moved out to the next business meeting. We would just do an administrative extension, and then we can move right on to item 6 and then item 7, if that would be helpful.
Or we could take our lunch break now and reconvene the meeting. 3 of us at least are interested in that. Okay, so we're going to take an intermission. Commissioners, would you like a full hour for lunch or something shorter? I have my lunch, so I see 1. What? Oh, 1 o'clock. I think that's a proposal to reconvene at 1 o'clock.
I would propose just me 1:15. I don't have my lunch here, so I got to go get something and get back. Might be 15 minutes one way or another.
Yeah, my one was for 1 hour.
Oh.
1 hour. I like that too.
Okay, we will reconvene at 1:24 p.m. or 1:25. How's that, folks? Okay, we're on intermission. Thank you. I guess I'm the last one to be let in. Commissioner Fire, you there? Okay, well, it's 1:25. We're going to reconvene in the Washington County Board of Commissioners meeting after a lunch break. We have 3 more items on the action agenda for today. During the break, County Administrative Officer Ms. Angie and I reconvened, and in the work session agenda item 4, the intergovernmental agreement discussions with cities and nonprofits for library services and funding will be moved to September 14th. So the next item on today's action agenda is for consideration of authorizing a solid waste facility application for renewal of the Recology Organics North Plains Compost Facility franchise agreement and execute such franchise agreement with Recology Oregon Compost Inc. Ms. Angie, staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my mute didn't want to work after lunch. I would like to turn this over to Tom Eggleston and team.
Thanks, Tanya. So good afternoon, Chair Harrington, board members. I am going to introduce the topic of Recology Organics North Plains Franchise Agreement Renewal. It is a mouthful, so I apologize for that. And I'm going to go ahead and hand over the presentation to Kathy Folsom on the Solid Waste and Recycling Division, and Kathy has been the project manager for this renewal. So Kathy, do you want to go ahead and take us away on the staff report?
Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Folsom, and I'm a Senior Policy Coordinator with the Solid Waste and Recycling Division. Next slide, please. Currently, Washington County has a franchise with Recology Oregon Compost Inc. They are the owner and operator of Recology Organics North Plains compost facilities. It used to be called Nature's Needs, but they have changed their branding. The current franchise expires on September 19th, 2021. The process for renewal is outlined in county code. It gets reviewed by several county departments, including solid waste and recycling, land use, and county council. It also requires compliance with DEQ rules and regs, and the Garbage and Recycling Advisory Committee reviews, and ultimately we're before your board today. Next slide, please. The Washington County Land Use and Transportation have determined that it continues to meet the standards for commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. County Council reviewed the agreement, determined that it already exists and there aren't any significant changes, so it should be considered a renewal. And finally, DEQ has determined that it's compliant with its water quality and solid waste permits. Next slide, please. Washington County's code enforcement conducts periodic inspections of the facility. It's averaged about 10 complaints per year for the last 5 years. Recology, as part of a condition of its franchise, maintains the complaint log and investigation findings and reports that to the county. Based on Solid Waste and Recycling's review, we believe the facility is in compliance with the franchise agreement and all applicable code and rules. Next slide, please. On May 6th, staff joined DEQ for a public hearing on their solid waste disposal site permit renewal. They have a 10-year permit. At that time, no formal comments were provided during the hearing. Then on June 21, staff along with the DEQ and Recology did attend a City of North Plains work session. The city officials expressed concern about the location of the compost facility and its proximity to recent residential developments and the city's future growth plans. Next slide, please. As a result of that, DEQ did determine that it would reopen its solid waste permit comment period for another 30 days through the end of July During that time, they received 2 written comments, one that was in favor and one that expressed concern about location. On May 13th, the Garbage and Recycling Advisory Committee reviewed staff's findings and voted to recommend that your board approve the franchise agreement renewal. Next slide, please. It remains a 5-year renewal term. The tonnage cap is staying at 80,000 tons annually. For the last few years, operationally, it's been about 56,000 tons, but we're believing that it's going to increase because Recology has been doing site improvements at the facility. The authorized feedstock, continues to be limited to type 3 from residential sources only. And the franchise agreement continues to have stringent odor mitigation authorities retained by the county. Next slide. So based on our findings and public comment and the Garbage and Recycling Advisory, staff recommends that your board accept the recommendation of the Garbage and Recycling Advisory Committee to approve the renewal of the franchise agreement and to also accept staff's proposed findings and authorize execution of the proposed franchise agreement following contract review. Next slide. And that completes our short PowerPoint.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on the staff report and findings or on the recommendation that we authorize this renewal application?
I would move for approval of the application renewal.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Treese. Thank you, Commissioner Rogers, for the motion. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Commissioner Fye, thank you. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Willie, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question to follow up, and I'm certainly I support the new term. And I've heard the comment before that it's located, quite frankly, very close to the center of where North Plains wants to be, 10 or 15 years from now. And we don't have to answer this question now, but my question is going to be, what would it take and would it be allowed to move this facility outside the urban growth boundary on farmland somewhere close around the perimeter of North Plains, possibly more to the west? Is that an allowed use on farmland, Thomas? And again, I'm sorry I'm asking you these questions kind of cold turkey, so we can have this at another time, but that's just my
No, that's all right.
questions, comments.
In 2012, 2013, when the county was experiencing a lot of odor issues from the Nature's Needs at the time facility, there was actually a push in the Oregon legislature to open up some land use allowances in EFU land, kind of further away from the urban growth boundary, and those failed in the legislature that year. So we really are restricted to not putting these types of facilities in EFU zoned areas. And it's really difficult and challenging to site a disposal site or a compost facility like this. So it's really been a difficult proposition, and there's been some work in the past to look into it. I'm sure there could be some additional work. And if anyone could find a site that was suitable to build a compost facility that wasn't next to neighbors, I'm sure there would be an operator that would be happy to jump in and build and operate a facility there. It's just a really difficult proposition based on the Oregon's land use laws.
Well, and I think Recology's done a great job of dealing with all of those odor issues, 10 years ago. And they certainly provide the composting that they now allow, the food composting. I think that's a great thing. So I don't want to have anything negative to say or imply about this whole thing. It does probably fit more appropriately on rural land away from the core of a city. So with that, I'm sure North Plains will continue to have those conversations. Thank you.
And leveraging off of that, I would like to compliment the city of Hillsborough for the work that they did to ensure that the new neighborhoods that were developed proximate to the industrial areas off of Alexander's Street, where Far West Fibers has their plant, all of those homeowners who bought those homes had to sign paperwork that they were aware of the industrial uses basically in their backyard. I don't know what efforts the city of North Plains has made to ensure that the new homeowners in the development that is in the backside wind shed of this compost facility are made aware that this is a licensed use and a applicable use. And it existed before their neighborhood and certainly before the school as well was built. We don't control the North Plains urban growth boundary decisions. They do, and it's been there a long time. So I know I was a customer of Nature's Needs back in 2005 myself. So, but Recology's done a great job in updating the facilities and doing everything they can to deal with the curveballs that nature does send via fog and breeze and so forth, different times of the year. So. All righty, so we've taken care of that action item. We'll move on to the next one. American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA. Tranche 1 Investment Areas Review and Approval. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Angie.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So prior to turning this over to Dorian Russell, our ARPA Senior Program Coordinator, I did want to provide a bit of context. We've come before the board on a few different occasions talking about the investments for Tranche 1. The purpose of today's conversation is to weave the threads of those conversations to get together into a full suite of investments for Tranche 1. I do want to remind the board where we've been though, before we get into today's conversation. Our CRF funds that we received last year totaled $104 million. The board, under the board's leadership and staff's diligent work, really pleased to say we fully executed on investing in those dollars within the Washington County community. Why I feel that's really important framing to this conversation is Tranche 1 is just over $58 million. So there's a scaling issue here. COVID is still present within our community. We still have public health impacts, and we're also looking forward to economic recovery with less funds. And so the community need, the public health need is actually greater than the funds that we have to invest. It is also important to know these are not ongoing funds. Yes, we're able to benefit from Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 investments within Washington County, but after that, those dollars will go away. So we do need to be thoughtful about how we invest and where we invest in these dollars and not commit ourselves to ongoing operational deficits. So with that, Dorian, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Tanya, for that really important introduction. Good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Dorian Russell. I'm the Senior Program Coordinator for ARPA efforts here at the county. I do also want to underscore some of Tanya's points in that we have had a great deal of staff learnings from what happened during the CARES Act period, and we're carrying forward the learnings, the engagement, lesson learned in that aspect that have helped prepare us for ARPA investment planning. Also, over the last 4 months, the ARPA Steering Committee, which includes a variety of subject matter experts, department directors, as well as 2 commissioners, Catherine Harrington and Jerry Willey, we've been doing our best to determine how do we balance both this ongoing pandemic response need with also the desperate desire to move into recovery. So we've done our best here to balance both pandemic response in the face of Delta variant proliferation, as well as carefully crafting our programmatic efforts for recovery. And so I'm confident what we have today for our Tranche 1 funds is the best strategic approach that we have with the information available to date. And also underscore that this is only half of our funding. Next year in mid-2022, we'll get another $58 million, and we may be better poised to think about recovery efforts there. But we also continue to lead with saving lives first, with investing in pandemic response for the holistic wellness of our community. Next slide, please, Clerk Moss. So for today, I'll be reviewing the ARPA investment areas proposed to date, which you have seen, and also bring to you consideration for board action and formal approval of these investment areas and their respective budgets. Next slide, please. A quick reminder on our tentative ARPA schedule. As I mentioned, we are carefully balancing continued response and thoughtful recovery. So you see here, we received Tranche 1 of funds in spring 2021. We received the second tranche of funds in 2022. We hope to take a very careful, thoughtful, mindful approach into recovery, knowing that we have until the end of 2024 to spend these funds. So we're balancing both the importance and urgency of our recovery, response and recovery efforts. Next slide, please. How we got here, as I mentioned, we've had multiple board work sessions. We've had bi-weekly ARPA steering committee meetings with our leaders and experts. Staff have done a tremendous amount of research, engagement, and learnings from our CARES Act experiences. And we've also heard direct feedback from you all, Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. Our ARPA investment areas include protecting public health, community stabilization and wellness, stabilizing and supporting the local economy, community engagement, continued operations, and also holding some funding in contingency. Now, previously, a variety of the programmatic investments underneath community stabilization and wellness, we've presented to you underneath protecting public health, knowing that these things are so deeply interconnected and interrelated. For the sake of clarity in this presentation, I've separated out community stabilization and wellness programs separate from protecting public health. And the programs I'll present to you in protecting public health are those that are directly combating the virus, as opposed to combating the negative effects of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So protecting public health investments here, surviving COVID-19, $31.5 million. That's going to isolation and quarantine support, vaccination, testing, and community education. So things that are directly preventing the virus and also making sure that we're responding to COVID cases as they happen. For meeting basic needs, $3.6 million. This is basic supplies for families that are impacted directly by the virus, as well as wraparound services for households that are in isolation and quarantine.
Dorian, before we move on to the next slide, I do want to mention we were hopeful when the ARPA legislation was originally released that we would be seeing more direct federal and state dollars into these investments. We are not seeing that landscape at this point in time, and so feel confident that this will be the need in Tranche 1.
Thank you so much for mentioning that, Tanya. That is really important to underscore. This $31.5 million that you see is the gap needed after we've applied all other federal funding that is available for these needs. So we're using every other bucket of state and federal funding that we can to address isolation, vaccination, testing, and education surrounding combating the pandemic. And after we've already applied all of those other pots of funding, this is what is left and needed to fill with ARPA. Next slide, please. So community stabilization and wellness. This area includes childcare investments at $2.8 million, which includes assessing childcare capacity throughout the county, providing grant programs to new and existing providers, and also developing focused childcare networks that are culturally specific and language specific. We're also investing in behavioral health and family health, knowing that the capacity, the demand for these types of services has dramatically increased. This includes suicide prevention and postvention, homelessness prevention, behavioral health staffing, home, infant, child, and family support, culturally specific nurse staffing, and BIPOC prenatal and early childhood support. We're also investing $1.9 million into encampments, and we're also investing $2 million into utility bill assistance, specifically a ratepayer assistance program for water, sewer, and stormwater accounts that are past due that will be coordinated by Clean Water Services. Next slide, please. For stabilizing and supporting the local economy. Again, we know so many of these categories that we've presented in front of you are so deeply interconnected and intertwined, but those that are focused specifically on business and workforce support go into this category. We recognize that many activities in that previous community stabilization section also help to stabilize the local economy. So in this category, we have small business recovery at $2.5 million, including our business recovery center support and small business and entrepreneurship support programs, including technical assistance and access to capital programs. For workforce development, we have about $2.8 million. This includes targeted job training programs, reskilling programs, and wraparound services for low-income workers. I also want to call attention to our investment in broadband strategic planning. So this investment area will include planning ahead for larger long-term strategic investments and really filling in the gaps in our knowledge to make sure that we're making the best investment possible. So this is a preliminary study to help support potential future investments. Next slide, please. For community engagement, we're looking to diversify accessible communications. This means really improving our video streaming skills and content and diversifying the types of social media strategies we have. We're also building community capacity through collaboration with almost $500,000. And this includes building out our cross-jurisdictional engagement strategy, working with community-based organizations, providing coaching, outreach materials, and related support. We also want to advance data equity. So really looking at the data, the systems, and the tools that we'll need to develop strong programs, implement those programs, and make sure that we're evaluating all of our ARPA programs effectively. Next slide, please. Operations. We know we need to have nimble and flexible operations as this emergency continues, and this includes all of our pandemic-related needs and operations, so facilities, technology, and communications. Next slide, please. Contingency, we've left about $2.7 million left in contingency. Looking ahead before we reach tranche 2 of ARPA funding. And this category could include any additional programmatic efforts that the board would like to see prior to tranche 2 disbursement. And holding some amount in contingency will likely be a good idea, as Delta has shown us the need to be nimble and flexible, as we don't know entirely what the next couple of months will bring. Next slide, please. So once again, today's proposed action is to consider adopting these investment areas and the ARPA funding allocations within tranche 1 for each of them. I will mention in your committee packet, you received detailed information on each of these investment areas, and you also received a one-page summary table of each of these areas and the respective investments. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Commissioners, what questions and comments might you have? Go ahead, Commissioner Rogers.
Well, first of all, thank you, Chair and Commissioner Willie, for your work. I've been involved in this before, and it's not easy to balance. I mean, I understand it's always difficult, and you did the best you can. I also understand that this is probably the last amount of money the feds are going to have for us, unless they're going to go deeper in debt. There is, and this is my personal philosophy, there's a lot of programs that we're funding that they last a short period of time, and then there's nothing there to maybe sustain them. The one project that I think is way underfunded in my mind is the broadband one. And the reason I believe that is I know it started out with District 4 and maybe some needs out there, but frankly, that's a countywide issue. And if we're going to have people who are going to be able to find jobs and be competitive in the future. I'm not just saying feed themselves or get by in the current, but I'm saying for the future, that's going to have to be beefed up in my mind a whole bunch, because if you don't have the capacity to compete, the rest of the world does. And in the private sector, I can tell you the competitiveness is getting fierce, and it's very interesting on how the technology is being used. So I don't know whether to point this at Jerry or the chair, but if I had my druthers, we'd put about another $500,000 in that broadband, so that we could really have it for a lot of people who we're trying to bring out of poverty, but they can't stay out if they don't have the resources and the tools available to them. So whoever wants to comment, I'd use some more money.
Well, I'll jump in, Chair, if that's okay, and then you can certainly follow up. The $200,000 that's allocated there is the verbiage is countywide, and I think that's really important, because that our plan needs to be countywide. What got me directed towards the rural side of things, of course, was the relationship with Colpack, and so we're kind of tag teaming that with a couple of other counties. But overall, you're exactly correct. We need to have a broadband internet availability for all of the people who live in the county, and certainly have it much better and affordable. That's a big plan. I mean, if we just use the city of Hillsboro's investment in this for their city, okay, it was significant. When we first looked at it, when I was mayor, it was $50+ million. And so they've been able to work around and roll this out on a little bit of a slower and low cost initiative, but it's going to take them several years just to roll out that program within the city of Hillsboro. We could emulate something like that in the county. Again, it's really expensive, but I think this is really important, and it is important that that we do promote this as a countywide broadband project, and that's going to be our focus.
If we, excuse me for interrupting you, but let's say I understand contingency well. I know everybody has it, but what if we rolled out another $500,000 out of that contingency and made 700,000 instead of 200,000, so that you could have a comprehensive plan instead of a little piecemeal? Is that not a good idea? Jerry, tell me.
No, I think the $200,000. Remember, the Colpack Consulting for their first kind of a master plan is $125,000. I believe it was something less than that. We budgeted $125,000, and that was for basically 3 counties, 2.5 if you want to give half of Washington County, Columbia County, and Clatsop County. Using that same footprint and kind of the same guidelines for what we're trying to study, $200,000 is adequate to get us into that first study. And I think if we look at Tranche 2, remember that we don't have to spend this money before we get Tranche 2. Unspent monies can be carried forward into Tranche 2, and we have 3.5 years to spend all of this. So being very diligent and I think focused, the first step is that study. And then as we roll through into Tranche 2, I think you'll be able to see that there will be more money allocated to that project, and it will be more specifically targeted. So it'll be well spent money on the structure that was built in the study that I think is going to get initiated. So stay tuned with that. I think I hear it. I agree with you. I think we can get there.
And this, we did ask staff, what do you need to complete the study? So they gave us an answer. We gave them the time to research what it would take, and this is their answer. We didn't trim their answer to hit any level. We know that presently, previous boards have not invested in developing a countywide broadband strategic plan. And now we are. We have the benefit of this money to apply to that need. There is information available at various cities as well. So this effort is able to leverage that in a way that perhaps the Colpack study doesn't have the benefit of that wealth of information to date. So I think this is a sufficient level of funding based upon what our subject matter experts have given us. And they did confer with their city partners as well to make sure that they had a reasonable approach. So, yep. Commissioner Treese, did you have something?
No, I was just going to comment about the fact that it was preliminary money. So anyway, but I do want to say thank you to both the chair and to Commissioner Willie for the work. I appreciated the briefing that I got ahead of time from Dorian and others. So I'm comfortable, and I know what kind of hard work this is. So thank you for what you've done.
Are there any other commissioner comments or questions at this time?
I have a small question, Chair Harrington, and that is, I was wondering, like, Dorian and Tanya and everybody who worked on this looks very well thought. And I was out last week, so I wasn't able to get the briefing, but I'll ask here. I'm wondering, this table that was put together in terms of the allocation of investment, was there community based organizations that were consulted to sort of say, you know, here's what we're doing. Are we making the right investments?
Dorian, I'll let you answer that.
Sure. Yes, to a degree. I will say some of these investments in vaccination, in isolation and quarantine, you know, some of these are so directly tied to looking at public health data, our case counts, et cetera. But for the implementation of these programs, especially in public health, we've been looking to the expertise in our COVID-19 racial equity advisory groups. That has included dozens of CBOs. I will say for the development of Tranche 2, we are seeking to do a comprehensive community engagement strategy throughout this fall, this winter, and this spring leading up to Tranche 2 to better co-create what our pandemic recovery efforts are for Tranche 2. But staff have been hearing throughout the pandemic from all of our community partners, including community partners that assist us in service delivery. Now pivoting to more of a co-creation model and developing pandemic priorities in that way, that's what we're planning to do here forward. But we have been very much in, you know, response rather than recovery mode for a while. And as we are able to lean more into recovery, more of that will be co-developed with community. And that's also what part of that community engagement funding area allows us to do for the staff capacity and compensating our partners for their time and making sure that we are developing priorities, not in a vacuum, but based on community values and needs.
And if I may add on to that, relative to community engagement for Tranche 2, we are actively partnering with other direct recipient cities, specifically Beaverton and Hillsborough, in building out a comprehensive community engagement strategy. What we heard through CRF specific to the business grants is that there was fatigue from community and community business and CBOs because there were multiple local governments reaching out to them. So we're trying to be thoughtful about that approach and really approaching community engagement from a partnership perspective. In addition, at a staff level, we are meeting monthly with managers and key ARPA staff within organizations in local governments to see how we can build on each other's efforts and not duplicate at a staff level.
Thank you, Tanya and Dorian, for that answer. I'm very satisfied with your answers. To just follow up and I guess sort of pivot back to one of the elements that was mentioned around testing and funding that's allocated under that. Before I went on vacation, I sent an email about rapid testing and to see if the county, if we're able to buy some of those testing to be available to the community. Will that money be qualified under the testing to sort of allocate for that rapid testing purchasing? Or is this something completely different?
Marnie?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Fye and Board. So the funds that were requested and allocated for testing do include some test kits, but they were for very specific underserved populations like the migrant farm population, some of the manufacturing areas where we've had outbreaks, and also for just the funds to set up the testing sites and the staffing of the testing sites and those kind of things. So we did not anticipate or include test kits just for the general population or for businesses in that original request. However, there is some potential. So OHA is prioritizing test kits for schools and school personnel, as well as the FQHCs. But there is an ability for other organizations through public health to potentially access up to 400 tests per month, which isn't a lot. But I think we'd need to have a conversation about how we would prioritize that limited, because there is a limited supply of tests and staff to initiate all of the steps, and whether it's obtaining a specimen. Some of these test kits people can obtain themselves, the laboratory capacity, all of the other pieces. So certainly open to a conversation about how we might utilize those 400 tests, but just understanding that that's our limit at this point.
Any other commissioner questions? Okay, seeing none, I have a couple of thoughts. I want to compliment staff in carrying forward the commissioner input from our August 10th work session in shaping this final Tranche 1 framework, and also for putting together the really great, I think it's 6-page write-up that we have with the text as well as the table. I just appreciate all of the nuanced changes that you've made for this information, so that it is a very valuable piece, not only to our community partners, our local jurisdictional partners, our state representatives, our national delegation in Congress, so that they know how we are being diligent in meeting the intentions of the legislation, and more importantly, serving the incredible needs here in our community. One question that has really come to my mind over the last couple of weeks, as we've all been enduring this Delta variant peak, this Delta variant surge is what I meant to say, the very hopeful opening of our new school academic year and getting kids back into the classroom and into various activities in a safe manner, as the state has worked so hard with our schools on the Ready Schools, Safe Schools program. Well, now with the FDA approvals of the vaccinations and further science information, it appears that there is a need for some folks at least to get a booster. And I see that various health compromised folks are getting that booster already. But when I think about how this proposal includes some contingency, I lean into the fact that we're traveling into the unknown. And I'm wondering, perhaps Marnie, you may know, is there any indication if we're going to have to carry the weight of costs to make booster shots available to our communities and/or hosting booster mass vaccination sites or anything of that nature?
Thank you, Chair Harrington. I think, yeah, we are moving into really the planning and assuring that we give access to the booster to all of our population. And once again, public health will really focus our effort on the more underserved communities, people that it's difficult for them to just, take time off to go to their doctor's office or even maybe to get to a pharmacy sometimes. So we will continue to concentrate on assuring access to boosters to that population. The other piece that we anticipate at some point is that 2 to 12-year-olds will also be included in the authorization for vaccination. And so at some point, there'll be that added population as well. The one piece that we are receiving pretty adequate funding for is the vaccination effort. So we are getting funds for that, but we're getting really no funds for the other activities like isolation and quarantine, meeting basic needs, all of those kind of things. So that right now, knock on wood if I had it, but this isn't a wooden desk, we're set pretty good for vaccination funding.
Good. Well, keep practicing the art of the possible.
Thank you.
That's great. Great. All right. Well, thank you again to everyone from staff, from Ms. Angie and Mr. Carr on down, as well as engaging with your peer, Diane Taniguchi-Dennis at Clean Water Services, to harness the great knowledge and passion that we have here in our employees to meet the needs of our community and bringing this proposal forward. So with that, Commissioners, I'm asking for a motion to approve the Tranche 1 investment areas within Washington County's ARPA framework. A motion from Commissioner Treese. Do we have a second from Commissioner Rogers? All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, Commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 5-0. And for the sake of our community members, we will be having our next Board of Commissioners Town Hall on Saturday, September 18th. And this topic is the spotlight topic. So folks have the opportunity to hear this presentation again at their convenience, but also to ask questions on this and any other matter. The details are on the county website on the county calendar. Next, our last action item for today's board meeting is to consider adopting policy 317, COVID-19 vaccination mandate for healthcare workers. We did have a presentation on this at our work session this morning, but I asked staff to come back in and deliver the presentation again, because I know that there are community members and staff members who are interested in this information, and we want to make it thoroughly available. So at this juncture, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Carr and team.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. And with me today, although I think we're working a little bit on promoting, are Marnie Kyle and Eva Labonte. Ms. Kyle will be presenting on the current COVID-19 status, and Ms. Labonte will be presenting on HR issues. I will be talking a little bit about the law and giving you an overview. We're here this afternoon for the board to consider potential approval of policy 317, which is intended to implement OHA's mandate for vaccination of healthcare workers. This mandate applies to all healthcare workers throughout the state. The state policy requires every employer to have proof on or before October 18th of steps taken to implement the state policy. Policy 317 that we're asking you to adopt would be the county's implementation of the state order. Next slide, please. Ms. Kyle, are you there?
I am. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Carr and board. I just wanted to provide some background and context as you have this discussion and consider approval of the healthcare vaccine mandate policy. Wanted to let you know that our current case rate as of Friday was 184.5 per 100,000. This case rate puts us twice the level of the high transmission rate as defined by the CDC. So the CDC, anything over 100 per 100,000 is considered high transmission rate. In addition, our test positivity rate is 8.1, which is increasing and has been increasing for several weeks. So just wanted to give you that context, let you know this is the highest case rate that we've had since January of this year. So next slide. The other concern that we've had over time in this pandemic is our hospital capacity. And what this chart shows is the steep rise in hospitalizations and intensive care unit hospitalization since the middle of July. In Washington County, we continue to have high hospitalization numbers with 130 patients admitted as of September 2nd, and 30 of those patients being in intensive care. As you know, Governor has ordered, and we have had National Guard personnel assigned to hospitals in our area to assist with this huge increase in hospitalization and need. And the other thing that's important to understand is that because we are the medical hub in this region, some of the hospitalization numbers are impacted by transfers from patients outside of the metro area from other counties within Oregon. Next slide. So public health recommendations. I thought it's important also as you consider your options and think about the best way to protect and save lives to know what our recommendations are. And so number one is vaccination is our most effective tool. It saves lives and it reduces hospitalizations. It's safe, it's effective, and it's free. I wanted to clear up a little bit of confusion that may have come about earlier today. So the Pfizer vaccine, as you know, was approved by FDA for people 16 and older. The FDA approved Pfizer vaccine is the exact makeup of the previously emergency use authorization vaccine. There is no difference in vials. The difference is if they're receiving Pfizer vaccine and you're over the age of 16, your consent form says you're receiving an FDA approved vaccine. If you're under 16 and you're receiving Pfizer, you between 12 and 15, it's still under emergency use operation. And so you're receiving a different consent form. And the same applies to Moderna for all of their vaccine. But there is zero difference between the actual vaccine. There's no difference in manufacturing or any component within the vaccine. So I just wanted to make sure that that was really clear. The second important public health recommendation is that we continue to recommend that people, whether or not they're vaccinated, wear masks both indoors and outdoors, especially if you can't maintain the next recommendation, which is the physical distancing. And we also are recommending that people really consider limiting social gatherings and attending large events. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions or turn it right over to Eva to talk about the proposed Washington County policy.
Board members, any questions? No, we'll move it over to you, Ms. Levante. Thank you, Ms. Kyle.
Thank you, Chair Harrington, commissioners. I'm going to first, before we talk about the specific policy, give you some updates on our current county employees. So as of the end of the day on Friday, September 3rd, we had 9 employees that we are aware of that are COVID positive and are in isolation currently. We also have 14 employees who are qualify as close contacts, and they are outside of work in quarantine for 14 days. To be in quarantine when you are a close contact means that you were unvaccinated, because we also have 10 employees who would have qualified as close contacts, but when you're fully vaccinated, you have the ability, as long as you're asymptomatic, to continue your normal daily activities, including work. And I wanted to also point out that the county has reinstated our temporary COVID leave policy. So all employees, whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated, have the ability to use the COVID absence code instead of their own accruals if they need to be off work for either being in quarantine or being off due to being COVID positive. We also have in our policy an even more robust system to be able to telecommute, even if that's not something that normally occurs in that person's position. It includes a whole lot of ways that they can continue to learn and grow in their professional development while at home if they're not actively ill. Are there any questions on any of that?
Nope.
All right, if not, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Carr.
Next slide, please. So what I've displayed here up on the screen is Oregon Revised Statute 433.416. This is the state law relating to vaccinations, and it requires that any employer who has employees that are exposed to infectious disease provide vaccinations free of cost to the employee. The important section is subsection 3, which prohibits mandatory vaccination. But you'll see that there's an exception unless such immunization is otherwise required by federal or state law, rule, or regulation. The policy that the board is considering today implements a state rule. Therefore, this law does not affect it. There's an open question about people not covered by the policy, but not covered by the state order, but the policy itself is not affected by 433.416. Next slide, please. The state mandate 333.019.1010 requires that all healthcare workers be fully vaccinated on or before October 18th, 2021. Fully vaccinated means that 14 days have expired since you received your final dose of vaccine. There are medical and religious exemptions. Their state has provided forms for those which the county will collect. The medical exemption requires a healthcare provider to sign on behalf of the employee, stating that the employee has a medical condition precluding them from getting the vaccine. As Ms. Kyle has said, there are very few medical conditions that are contraindicated for the vaccine. The religious exemption just has to be signed by the employee, stating that they have a religious belief that precludes them from getting the vaccine. Under the policy, these forms will be stored in the employee's personnel file. Under the state order, we would have to make them available to the state if the state chooses to audit them. The state has said that they have no plans to do that in a recent FAQ. As I said earlier, the state order requires employers to prove that they have adopted a policy to implement this and are in compliance. So to be in compliance with the state order, the board needs to adopt this policy. to give employees time to comply, it would be very helpful if the board adopted it today. Next slide, please. So this is the timeline for the Oregon Health Authority's implementation of this policy requiring mandating vaccines for healthcare workers. The first executive order was issued on August 5th. On August 12th, there was another executive order revising the executive order to remove an option for COVID-19 testing. The testing option would have allowed people to continue working if they provided evidence of frequent COVID-19 tests. That was withdrawn. So the only way to comply now with the order is by getting vaccinated. On August 30th, the OHA issued their first frequently asked questions to help us interpret the order. And there was another one issued Friday, September 3rd. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight two of the answers to the FAQs because we've had a lot of concern among certain employees about these areas. The first one relates to the jail. There was a question about whether or not prisons or jails are included in the rule. Well, the state says yes, that they are. So the first sentence refers to state facilities. State facilities are actually exempted, correctional facilities, but they're covered under the governor's order requiring that all executive branch employees be vaccinated. So anyone who's working in a state correctional facility will still have to be vaccinated, but it'll be just under a different order. What this FAQ says is that county and local jails are subject to the order, but it only really applies to the healthcare setting within the jail, not to everyone in the jail. Next slide, please. Another area of some ambiguity is whether patrol deputies would be subject to the order. As you all know, patrol deputies frequently are called upon to provide some level of medical assistance, whether it's first aid or administering Narcan or just transporting someone to a health facility. This FAQ, which came out late Friday, says that they're not covered because, and I quote, "It is likely not a fundamental part of their job to provide direct or indirect medical care in a healthcare setting." So it seems like the state is setting up a test for the healthcare worker exemption to a requirement to apply that the person provides direct or indirect medical care in a healthcare setting, which would exempt out most patrol deputies. Next slide, please. So this is the definition of healthcare workers. As you can see, it is very broad, despite having, so we had some confusion when we first received this in early August about who was covered. And we really appreciate OHA's efforts to provide FAQs to us to help us interpret this more clearly. As you can see, you could read this to apply to a deputy in the jail because they are security in a place that provides healthcare. But the state has made clear, at least as clear as we can tell, that they're not covered. Next slide, please. And this is the definition of healthcare setting, which is also fairly broad, any place where healthcare, including physical or behavioral healthcare, is delivered. Next slide, please.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where the county is right now, we have determined that we have 313 employees who fit under the definition of healthcare worker by the state mandate. We have 230 of those in our Health and Human Services Department. Those people who, of course, provide physical, behavioral health care and are board certified or work in a school. We also have 83 employees under juvenile services who qualify. Part of it is related to Harkins House, which is our juvenile shelter, and they received a letter from the state indicating that because they have behavioral rehabilitation services funding, that they all are automatically included. The other counselors, juvenile counselors and supervisors, interact with those youth in custody in Harkins House. They also go to schools quite often. And under the school's mandate, anybody who interacts or comes into the school to even volunteer is required under the school mandate to be vaccinated. So the combination of both of these mandates leads us to the point where the juvenile services employees, 83 of them, do qualify under the mandate. So that ends up being about 14% of our current staff fall under the current definition as we have it in the policy before you as a healthcare worker. Next slide. So the policy that we have, what does it mean and how do we enact it? So we have the requirement for healthcare workers by or before October 18th to submit documentation to the county. And that will be done through our secure portal, through our human resources information system, through employee self-service. And they need to submit either documentation of their full vaccination or a religious or medical exemption form. And all of the documentation will be reviewed and then verified, and we'll communicate back to the employees to let them know that those were received and verified. We are asking in this policy for the board to extend the definition of medical layoff. And we're asking that so employees who do not meet the standard of either being fully vaccinated or having an accepted exemption would be separated from the county under medical layoff. And the reason we're asking for that exception or that extension of medical layoff is so employees in that situation would have the option for up to a year to be on a recall list. And if a position becomes open in the exact classification they held when they left, and they can show that they are either fully vaccinated or have an accepted exemption on file, then they can return to their work at the county. We also have in our procedures to implement this policy, recognizing that this is a short timeline for employees to become fully vaccinated, the opportunity for employees who can submit documentation by October 15th, showing that they are in process of getting their full vaccination, a temporary exemption. So they would have the ability, if they've had one dose of a 2-dose vaccine, to continue employment and stay out of work using one form of their accruals, vacation, for example, and not sick leave, but using other accruals that they have available. If by October 15th, they have received either the single dose of the single-dose vaccine or 2 doses of the 2-dose vaccine, and they are simply waiting their 14-day point to become fully vaccinated, that they could continue working as long as they're wearing a medical grade mask to keep everyone safe. So we're adding that in as we implement this policy. What questions do you have?
Eva, I have a question.
Sure.
Is it okay if I ask this question, Chair Harrington? You're muted. Oh, okay. Jinx. The medical layoff part, I think I asked this earlier, but I didn't have the slide here. And I think I did ask, but I got an answer and I'm not sure if I fully comprehended what it was said. Why aren't we going the route of, requiring people who do not meet, who are not in people who are staff who will be non-compliance with this policy? Why aren't we going the route of requiring them testing?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So the testing option is something that's become, we've seen from providers of the test, that it's an administratively incredibly difficult to do because there's only a certain amount of tests available. And for a number of employers to end up asking people to do mandatory testing would be a burden on the system for testing. And I think Ms. Kyle has some more information on that.
Well, and maybe it's Mr. Carr, but I also believe we would not be in compliance with the executive order because that option was removed by the governor.
Yep, that's correct.
And it's not included in the OHA rules as an option. So it's be vaccinated or have an exemption or not employed in health care in any setting.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other board questions at this time? Okay, next slide. So here we are. The action for today is asking the board to adopt this policy 317 so that we are in compliance with the state requirements by adopting a healthcare worker vaccination policy program. Earlier in our day today, we had some discussion about might we consider wider exemption here at the county. Various board members expressed wanting additional information of a whole variety before we consider such a proposal. So we're now here before us with policy 317. And so now is the time for commissioner comments and or a motion and a second to adopt this policy. I'll turn it over to you, colleagues. Everybody's on mute.
I'm not. I'd be happy to comment. I'm not going to say a lot because we talked about this for about an hour and a half this morning. I will be voting no. And it's not because I don't believe in vaccinations. I think we all should have them. I think it's incumbent upon us to try to make certain that people are vaccinated very quickly. But as I said this morning, it's problematic when a state agency doesn't give us really time to find positions, if you will, for people who are going to be dismissed on October 18th, and there certainly will be some who are continuing to refuse to do vaccinations. And what I've asked for is that we have time, and I've heard that we don't have any time, and I'm willing to make the statement just personally. I think that's unfortunate. We have valued people who've been with us a long time are going to be summarily dismissed, and I just think we need to do better for our employees than that. And so I will indeed be voting no in regard to a broader application. I have the same issues, and if the board wants to discuss that, again, come up with a business plan on how we're going to address these folks, which, by the way, for those who might be listening, could be as many as 700 of them are employees who may not be with the county. I think we need to put a little extra effort in there. So I'm a compliant guy, as I mentioned. I believe if the governor says something, we need to comply. But if it's an unreasonable time period, I don't think that's fair. So that's my position.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt policy 317?
Excuse me, Chair, I'm sorry, I was late to get my unmute. I just wanted to say that I will be voting yes on this, and I am interested in the in looking at what it might mean to expand. I think it's our responsibility to protect those who can't protect themselves, and I'm referring to those that are under the age of 12. And also those who, for some reason, may not be able to get the vaccine. I also want to make the same statement I made in work session this morning. We ask our healthcare workers to be vaccinated on a variety of number of vaccines already. I think it's important that we recognize that. I also think it's important to recognize that we expect our school-age children to be vaccinated and take that responsibility as children, and I believe it's our responsibility as adults to protect them. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Treese. Commissioner Fye, did you want to make any comments?
No comments. I can make the motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second on that motion? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Treese. I will add my comments that we've all been through a lot these 18 months of this COVID, new coronavirus, global pandemic. I think it's really important for us to protect our kids as well as those who cannot get vaccinated. I've had the benefit of learning from recent Kaiser Family Foundation studies, including a survey of unvaccinated workers showing that 4 in 10 of those unvaccinated workers said they would get the shots if required. So I remain hopeful. It was also noted that from a public health perspective, a lot of efforts have gone into persuasion, but those efforts have reached their maximum. So my hat's off to all of our county, regional, state, and federal public health programs and messaging to get the best available information out to people. I really appreciate all that has been done. And I look forward to voting yes on this proposal as well. And I look forward to our learning more from our employee base for possible further consideration. And with that, all those in favor of voting for this policy 317, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? Thank you, Commissioner. The motion passes 4-1. Okay, there we go. That's it for our 7 action items for today's meeting. Next up on the agenda is public communication. Mr. Moss, do we have anyone signed up to speak to us at this juncture?
We do, Madam Chair. We have Jonathan. Jonathan, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Harrington, Commissioners, my name is Jonathan Polonsky. I'm the President and CEO of Plaid Pantry. Thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I understand that Ordinance 878 was not on today's agenda, but I wanted to share some information and answer any questions you might have from a retail perspective to help inform your upcoming decision. Plaid Pantry has been in business for over 58 years. We own and operate 104 convenience stores in Oregon. 24 of those stores, plus our corporate headquarters, are located in Washington County. I'm keenly aware of the need to keep any tobacco products out of the hands of anyone under 21, but simply restricting flavors is not the best path and will be very damaging to many businesses like mine. Plaid Pantry takes the responsibility of selling age-restricted products extremely seriously. We card anyone purchasing age-restricted products. That's every person, every time. We take great care to prevent minors from purchasing all adult products, and anything less than our goal of 100% compliance is unsatisfactory. Our compliance rate is among the best in the state at over 98%. I believe enforcement, education, and the elimination of youth-targeted flavors are the most effective and even-handed way to continue the downward trajectory of underage tobacco use. Enforcement should be and will be enhanced with the implementation of the statewide retail licensing program starting in just a few months. Education continues to take place on many fronts and will also be an element of the new retail licensing requirements. The elimination of youth-targeted flavors like cotton candy and bubble gum would be a positive step towards reducing underage tobacco use. But to be clear, these are not products that are currently found in the vast majority of grocery or convenience stores. The ordinance will not eliminate the sale of flavored tobacco products. Those products will just be funneled to a small subset of establishments that will have the ability to convert to 21 and older. These stores don't have a long track record of selling age-restricted products, and some are currently selling the products that most would deem to be targeting youth. The net result will likely not be a decrease in teen access to flavored tobacco products. There are nearly 300 retail tobacco outlets in Washington County. Less than 40 of these have the ability to convert to an over 21 format. Given the balance, one can see how severely retail stores will be impacted. Restricting flavored tobacco products in Washington County will result in adult consumers to shop for their products they want in neighboring counties, resulting in many retail purchases, both tobacco and non-tobacco, to move out of the county. The ability to sell flavored tobacco products to adult consumers responsibly should be no different than selling flavored beer or wine. The key word here is responsibly. Flavored tobacco products represent approximately a third of my tobacco category. Losing the privilege to sell these products and other products sold in conjunction with them would be severe. Those lost sales will mean less tax revenue, fewer hours and benefits, and potentially lost jobs in the county. There's a lot of focus on the very real problem of underage tobacco and vape use, and rightfully so. But I urge you to take a deeper look at the path the ordinance 878 takes. I think there's a better, less damaging way to help solve underage tobacco use. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan. Madam Chair, we do not have anyone else signed up at this juncture.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. I recently had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Polanski, and I will be following up with a staff opportunity for an additional briefing and exchange on the proposed ordinance, and I would urge all of my colleagues to do so. With that, we're at board announcements, and per usual, I'll announce our future meetings. Next Tuesday will be a full work session day starting at 8:30 in the morning, brought to you by Zoom. We'll probably be here through the end of the year. Then on Saturday, September 18th, we have our next Board of Commissioners virtual town hall at 10 a.m. in the morning. The featured topic will be the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, Tranche 1 framework and investments here in our community. The following Tuesday, September 21st, we'll start off with a work session at 8:30, board meeting at 10, and a work session reconvened. Some of the items that we weren't able to get to today will be moved to that date. Then Tuesday, September 28th, we'll have our work session in the afternoon and a board meeting in the evening. And then we're at the month of October. I don't know about you, but I am still internalizing that we are here Tuesday, the very first work day after the Labor Day weekend. I remember this time last year, our CAO, Tanya Angie, just 1 week into the job, had to announce during our board meeting that we had a wildfire here in Washington County. This after having a really intense weekend of everyone on edge because we had incredibly dry winds and a very low humidity level throughout our community. And fires, because of that wind, were raging in Clackamas County and Marion County and other counties, Deschutes County. And we went through a terrible time here in our area later this week with very unhealthy smoke polluted air. So I'm grateful that we're not facing that. Unfortunately, we have a different situation on our hands as we are working through hopefully the peak and then the backside of this Delta variant surge. Unless there are any comments from my colleagues, I think we're done for our board meeting today, and we will reconvene back into our work session and try and complete some necessary work before calling it a very full and busy Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. Clerk Moss, you're here to let us know that we need to select the afternoon work session Zoom agenda link, right?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so is everybody clear?
And we have about just a 5-minute break. At least I need one to run down the hallway, but then
I'll do you better. How about a 10-minute break?
Perfect.
Okay. We'll see you all in 10 minutes then at 2:55 p.m.
Madam Chair, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And Pam, Commissioner Teresa seconded. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously 5-0. Our board meeting is hereby adjourned. See you back in work session soon. Bye.